Wow, I just realized my mic was muted. So let's start that over again. What's going on, YouTube? Lightsaber Samurai here, back again with another live stream. Mic was muted, but we back in the game. Yeah, taking a look at the feed here. I think I'm gonna go ahead and add a little light to that. It looks a little. There we go. Make sure my exposure is popping. This is it. My live stream set for today. What do you guys think? I'm in the process, like I said, of cleaning up my game room, moving some things around. So while we wait for some people to show up, I am just going to put the word out on social medias and we'll get this thing started. I also want to take a look at the stream just to make sure on YouTube, the audio, video, everything's looking all right. So if you hop in, just come on in and say hello just to make sure on YouTube. Oh, yeah, okay. So sound is on point, and it looks like the visuals are on point, at least for right now. It is overcast. We got some thunderstorms supposed to be in the area, so hopefully they stay away from me and my stream, okay? So I had enough problems with that. Let me just go ahead and share this joint. And again, just let some people know we're in the building. If you're in the building, let me know what's going on. So for some more people, I got a bunch of this. I got pickups and some more pickups and stuff to talk about, of course, from various systems. And for some of these games, it seems like the race is on to hurry up and cop some of these. So, all right. Again, apologize, just letting some people know that we're here. Again, I never plan these. I should plan these, but we just be doing all of this impromptu. So it looks like we got 4 in the chat, probably count myself. So I'll wait till we get to about 7 or so, and then we will start with the pickups. If you're in there lurking, let me know you're here. Say what's up so I can see who is joining us for tonight's stream. Again, apologize. I put the word out like an hour ago in a community post. Ninwaz is in the house. Do you think I'd still be picking up PlayStation 4 games knowing about Moss battery and everything? I think so. I think you should still be picking up PlayStation 4 games. The CMOS battery issue is something that they can fix with a firmware update, and I suspect if enough of us, make our voice known about it, I'm sure they said that they were looking into the issue, so I'm sure eventually they'll come out with a patch for it. So like I said, now that enough people are complaining about it, I think they'll run that back, because like I said, it was a similar issue with the PlayStation 3. But of course, when that battery dies, you can still play your physical games on the PlayStation 3. PlayStation 4 supposedly is just going to be bricked when that happens. But again, the issue with it is something they can easily fix with firmware. So I suspect we'll get a firmware update. I'm still collecting PS4, and I got a couple to show you guys in this stack here. So my PS4 collection is actually coming along. I've been hitting that heavy. I'm sitting at about 50, 60 games for it right now. So boy, 12, another Sunday stream. Hey, what's up, Lightsaber Samurai? What's going on, my friend? Welcome to the stream. Welcome. I should just start streaming on Sunday. Sunday is a good day to stream because none of my friends are streaming on Sundays. I like streaming on Saturdays, but T-Belly streams on Saturdays when he streams. Retro Rivals, of course, they had a fantastic stream last night that I was popping in and out on. And a bunch of other people, they stream on Saturday, so I don't want to stream and then not be able to watch their streams too. So I try to stream on a day where nobody's streaming. So Sunday is good for me. So I think that I will start making this a weekly thing on Sundays, and we'll just shoot the breeze, tell you about some channel updates and some goings on in the community, answer your questions, of course, and we'll just hang out. So let me see. Let me post one more place here, and then we shall get started. So again, we got 5 in the chat now. Just waiting on a couple more, and then we'll start with the pickups proper here. But anyway, again, to answer your question, I'm definitely still going to collect for PS4, and PS4 games for the most part are pretty cheap at the moment. So I'm definitely going to start hitting that really hard within the next year or so, especially as more PS5 and Series X games come out. And then as everybody's shelling out money towards those, that'll be the time to really pick up PS4 stuff. The time is ticking for sure on PS3 and even Xbox 360. Pandemonium going on with PS3. That's definitely going to drive Xbox 360 prices up. You see it all the time. Sorry, I got myself a boba from this place. Sweet Pops is the name of it. Local business. They got fantastic drinks. This is, I can't even remember what this is. Mango passion fruit, something or other. So one of my favorites. All right, and got that perfect this time. Let's see. Oh, wait, that's the wrong. How did that happen? Discard that post. Just be sure not to recycle your content. Nah, yeah, I'm definitely going to try to avoid that. And if it feels like that's the case, then I'll just stop for a while. I'll just stop making content for a while. If it feels like I'm making the same video. I definitely want to cover some more because there's other aspects like the PlayStation 3 crisis. There's definitely been rising prices with PlayStation 2 and PlayStation 1 games as well. I already shot a video about the PlayStation 2 thing. I haven't posted that yet. That'll be up in the next day or so. Also, I made a shot a video today actually where I was talking about some Xbox games, and my friend Scott, he's one half of Retro Rivals. He's definitely become an Xbox enthusiast over the last, several months. And so I definitely want to put him on to some of my favorites on the OG Xbox. So we'll definitely be talking about some OG Xbox and some other stuff going on. I still want to make a video on the PSP as well, because unlike the Vita and the PlayStation 3 store, the PSP store is definitely going to close here shortly. So I do want to talk about some games that you want to download on the PSP. I've just been diving in the store myself lately and trying to do some research and stuff on that. But yeah, definitely gonna be talking about that, as well as get back on some of my camera stuff. There's definitely things on the photography filmmaking side of my channel that I definitely want to dive into. And so I'll definitely be doing that, especially since school is about to end. And with summer, I'll definitely have a little bit more free time to make more content. So hopefully I can keep that consistency coming so I can actually hit my goal of 2,000 subscribers by the end of the year. I got a separate goal. Some people said that I could get to 10,000. I'm gonna try. I don't know. So far, it's looking like I might get to 2,000 if I keep it up, but 10 seems to be out of there. But let's see what we got going on in the chat. And then here's somebody, Nerd Cave, someone I'm subscribed to. They are going live right now. So, but anyway, thank you for that, because I was meant to stop collecting PlayStation 4 games, but now I'm finna. And like I said, definitely hop on the PlayStation 4. The CMOS battery issue won't even be an issue for several years. And like I said, that's plenty of time for Sony to just patch that and keep it moving. Snaps. Cryro officials in the house. What up, big homie? Hey, what's going on, Vic? Welcome to the stream. Evil Alex, all the way from Germany. I just watched all your Hidden Gems videos one day weeks ago. I love them. Hey, I appreciate that, sir. Welcome to the stream all the way from across the pond. Right. Speaking of, let me hop into some of these pickups right away. Got one game for the PSP, and the PSP, that's a system I've been trying to collect for lately. The PS3, PS4, and PS Vita, those are the systems I'm trying to hit the hardest right now. And I saw this, and I think Metal Jesus Rocks talked about this like years ago, but I finally saw it. It's called Popolacroix. I believe I'm pronouncing that correctly. This is kind of your traditional RPG. It's made by Age Tech, and Age Tech, they put out some pretty good games. And it looks like you're kind of like classic JRPG. They threw in some anime cutscenes and things like that in there. So I don't know if you can really see the action on that, but it seems to have a pretty cutesy art style. And so it was worth checking out. $10 is what I paid for it. And, you know, usually RPG value and go back up. So this may be one of the rare ones in the future. So I just wanted to go ahead and grab it. So by the time I'm ready to check it out, I won't have to pay an arm and a leg for it. Ninwan says, can you do a video of right here? Talk about expensive and rare Wii games or Wii games that are going to be good collector's items for the future. I will dive into, I do want to dive into the Wii. Main thing is I just don't have a very impressive Wii collection. I'm pretty sure you're already subscribed to Gaming with the Professor. I'm pretty sure I've seen you in his comments before. So Joe Casey's really the authority, like with the Wii games. I got a few though. Like my Wii collection is filled with not, you know, kind of more obscure stuff, like this game that I just picked up recently. So let's talk about it here. This is from Xseed on the Wii. This is Valhalla Knights Elder Saga, and I don't know anything about this. I've never played a Valhalla Knights game. I also picked up one on the PSP recently, but I've never gotten into the series. This actually looks pretty neat. So this is definitely one of the Wii games I wanted to add to my collection because it wasn't like the straight up like cutesy like Nintendo Kitty games. It looked like, you know, it had, you know, more depth to it. And so, yeah, it looks awesome, but I paid $17 for it. And so this is one that I suspect will go up in price in the future because it's, you know, one of those games just kind of off the beaten path, and it's not the typical like first party. It looks like a third party game that actually might be good. So especially with Nintendo, a lot of their third party games, like it seems like third party companies just kind of half-ass it. Especially on the Wii, they were notorious for that, just trying to cash in on the Wii popularity, making a bunch of lame games that they could, you know, quickly make a return on. I apologize if you hear Kona in the background ruining my audio. He'll probably jump up on the table at some point. Speak of the devil. Kona, thank you. So, yeah, Kona is saying hi indeed. Let's see, I'm glad I did get most of my collection for PlayStation consoles and Vita over the past years. I couldn't afford to jump in at that price now. Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, the Vita, I jumped into the Vita later than I wanted to. By the time I started with Vita, they were already phasing them out. But I did get in just in time to grab myself a PlayStation TV to go with it so I can play a lot of those Vita games on the big screen. And so I got that. I got that for like $30, I think, and now the PlayStation TV, that's a pretty rare piece. I've seen them sell as high as $300. Let's see, PSP and Vita are so underrated systems. Yeah, I don't know why the PS Vita and the PSP did not. I mean, the PSP was popular enough, but the Vita was, for most intents and purposes, a fail, and I don't understand that because the Vita is fantastic. Oh, did my light go off? What's going on here? Oh, this was a dead battery. I was wondering why I got dark all of a sudden, but that's all right. I got more batteries. Let's try this bad boy. Tony, you gonna hop in my seat? Yeah, my seat. What's up, Bubba? What's up? All right, you can sit in my lap. You're not going to stay there. I already know. You're going to do your own thing. So, nope, do not step on. Oh, you was about to step on my laptop. Don't want you to accidentally kick me out or something. Let's see. One video game dude says, yo, Lightsaber, hope all is well. It's been pretty good. It's been pretty good. I haven't been as consistent as I wanted to be. I, again, took some time off. I was kind of lazy this week, but there's been a lot going on, like at my job and stuff. As you guys know, I work at the school, and we got next week, and then the following week we got 2 days in the following week, and then that's it. We're done. So technically 7 days left, and I'm excited. Oh, snaps, Tana. So lit in the house. Hey, Tana, I saw your vlog that you did the other day. I think you posted it today. The one with the car meet, like that was really dope. So yeah, I appreciated seeing that, and I see your message in that. A lot of people, Chicago does get kind of a bad rep, but it was nice to see everybody just out there chilling and doing their thing. So, J Chips in the house, how's it going? Hey, I'm doing pretty good, doing pretty good. How many retro stores do I have in my area? Honestly, not that many. We have one called CD Trade Post. They're kind of like a regional store because there's a couple around in like some other states. We have 3 of those here, and they usually have a pretty decent selection. We have 2 malls here, so I've got a vintage stock in each mall. And so as far as retro games, I got those 5 stores as an option, and then there's a flea market that's open Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And my homeboy, little Mike, he's in there selling a bunch of good stuff. I got some good stuff from him. Actually, I'll show you here in a bit. Let's see what else. What system you want to collect more now? Like I said, my 360 and PS3 for the most part. And that's the crazy thing about collecting. Like, you're not going to get all the heavy hitters. So there's a lot that I missed on the PS3, for instance. There's a lot that I have already. Like, I got Folklore back in the day, Puppeteer. What's the other one? 3D Dot Game Heroes. There's a bunch of good ones that I got cheap back in the day. Ratchet and Crank trilogy I've had forever, but there are other ones like the Jak and Daxter trilogy that's going up in price, like Cooper trilogy that's going up. There's a few games on the PS3 that are up there that I didn't get, but you can't get them all. So I got to stop stressing on that. For the most part, my PS3 and 360 collection are done. Splatterhouse was one of the last ones I was looking for, but Joe Casey said he was he got a spare copy that he was gonna slide my way, which is awesome. So he's gonna help me get Splatterhouse, and then for the most part, I'll be pretty much done. Shadows of the Dam is another one I got for $15. So like I said, so right now I'm starting to collect more. PSP, PS Vita, and PS4 is really what I've been looking out for right now. Let's see. NPC, how's it going? Hello from Texas. What's going on? Love Texas. Got to get back down there this summer and visit Port Aransas and get back out on the Gulf there. J Chip says, I've only been to Chicago once, but it was a pretty cool place to visit. The pizza place I went to was very good. Yeah, man. And like I said, my homeboy, Dr. Josh, was from them parts. So RIP to, my Dr. Josh, the real gamer. He was up around there. There's a couple other content creators that I'm sub to that's from the area. Tana So Lit, of course, being one of them. I'm gonna say her name wrong, but Kay Del Rey, I think I said her name wrong. But do I collect for GameCube? Not anymore, man. GameCube is kind of outside price range for me. I was never hugely fond of the GameCube either, so I don't have, like, nostalgia wise, I don't have much nostalgia for the GameCube. I've got a small GameCube collection, and most all of them are heavy hitters, which is nice. So I got the GameCube mainly for Metal Gear Solid, the Twin Snake. So I've got that. I've got, what's the horror game on there? I can't remember because I don't play them. I've talked about it before. It's the psychological one. I can't remember. It'll come to me randomly. If you know what I'm talking about, put it in the comments. PN number 3, one of my favorite games on the GameCube from Capcom. That was a really cool third-person shooter. Lord Zybulb is in the house. What's going on, Dre? What's going on? But yeah, I don't really collect for GameCube because the prices are Eternal Darkness. Yep, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Yep, Eternal Darkness I got sitting over there. And I've got a few others that are kind of expensive. Like I got Smash Brothers, of course, and I got like Double Dash, Mario Kart. I got some other ones, but yeah. It was cool though because the GameCube I bought for $40 it was complete with it had the GameCube player on it. It had the disc with it also, and the dude was like, "Oh, it's got this disc. I don't know what this is," but yeah. So yeah, I just got that for $40. That was a good pickup. Not recently. I got it about a year or two ago. But let's see. I only got a GameCube back in the day for Resident Evil Remake and Metal Gear Solid Remake. Yeah, man. And I'm still bitter to this day that the Twin Snakes never got ported to the PS2. I mean, like Sony, like PlayStation put Kojima on the map. I don't know what that was about. Like it was weird because at the time, like, there's some people thinking Kojima was gonna defect because he put the Twin Snakes out on the GameCube and not the PS2, and then Solid Snake was in Smash Brothers Brawl and stuff like that. So it's like, but really, he was just giving props to Miyamoto. Like he was, the guy that really inspired him and whatnot. And so, yeah, he was doing, just working for him, showing some love. But yeah, it was crazy. Resident Evil Remake is my favorite GameCube game ever. Yeah, man, graphically, the GameCube was actually really impressive. Graphically, I know the original Xbox had the best graphics of the 6th generation, but man, like especially like the Resident Evil remakes look really good and like look good even today. Impressive what they were able to do on the GameCube when they pushed the graphics. I've got the man, I'm forgetting all the F-Zero. I got the F-Zero on there. F-Zero on the GameCube looks awesome and it runs super smooth, 60 frames a second. You got like 30 racers on the track at the same time. Like it's crazy. Yeah, so the GameCube gets busy when they want to, but yeah, a lot of the games are just crazy inflated now. So I'm not even gonna. Most of the games I can get on the PS2 or the Xbox anyway. So for the most part, I'm cool with just collecting for those systems. Also, I had issues with the GameCube controller. Like the GameCube controller, like physically, it's the most comfortable controller I've ever held in my hand, but I could not get used to the button placement or the button layout. Like the Twin Snakes, it's kind of funky to play on the GameCube controller, especially if you've been playing Metal Gear on Sony systems, for the past 10 years, like I had been doing. Well, not 10 years, because like 5 years. It came out in like 02, 03, 04, somewhere in there, like around the time I graduated. But yeah, Pringles Domain is in the house. Hey, what's going on, sir? What's going on? Enjoy watching you. He streams a lot as well, plays The Last of Us, and he plays with his audience. So that's really cool. So I might have to steal that idea and do something like that one day and just play with all you guys. Let's see. One of my wanted things was Metal Gear Solid 1 or 3 remake for. Yeah, man, I wish we could like get another modern remake of Metal Gear Solid. And Metal Gear Solid 3 was fantastic. I often go back and forth between those two games as my favorite in the series, and it's hard to pick. Do I collect for NES or do I collect for SNES or Genesis? No, I don't. Same thing. Like a lot of those games are super expensive for me at this point, and also at this point, they're so easy to be emulated. Like I got them all sitting on my Wii. I know that's blasphemy for some, but for me, like I grew up in the era, but I did not own those systems as a child. We were too poor; we couldn't afford them. So we got the NES in Christmas in 1990, and that was the only home console besides my mom's Atari 2600. That was the only home console that we had in our house until Christmas of 1998 when we got the PlayStation 1. So I went from Nintendo to PlayStation 1. That being said, I had friends and family, like my cousins, they had the Super Nintendo. Some of my other cousins had the Genesis. And, every time we were at, Walmart or Target or wherever, Kmart, like we would always hit the kiosk. And so I did play a lot of the games in that era, but I don't have as much nostalgia for them because I didn't own them. So, favorite Pringles flavor. Oh, my favorite Pringles flavor. I gotta say probably the original, either the original or the sour cream. Like I'm pretty basic in that regard. So but yeah, Pringles says they're all nice. They are, like, for sure. Tana says on the camera game Lightsaber Samurai, I got a Sony ZV-1 for okay, I was gonna ask you what you were using for what we're using, because that footage was crispy. You still got the T5i for live streams, and the T5i, if you guys like, I'll have to pull you up. Like the T5i still looks fantastic. Like it's crazy how good that still looks. So I'm definitely going to do more videos on that. I don't have my T5i anymore. I sold it and got a T6i like at the beginning of 2020. And then halfway through 2020, I got the M50. Like around this time, I got the M50 in March of 2020. And so I used that for most of the year. And then I got this camera, the 90D. I got this in September or October of 2020, and so I've been using this for the primarily for the last 6 months. But yeah, it's crazy. But Canon as a company, I know a lot of companies are moving into 4K, and you even got a lot of 6K shooters now. But Canon really focuses on their 1080p, like the Sony's, for instance, like the Sony, like even like the A7 III, like back in the day, it was a fantastic, that was crispy 4K image. But the 1080p out of that camera was awful. Honestly, it was really soft, and there's a lot of artifacting and things like that. But Canon really focuses like on there. So even like the T5i, you get a yep. What you got with the pancake, the 24. You already know that was my this in 2020. I shot so many videos with this. This is my T6i. So using the T6i, and then of course that EF 24 mil 2.8. I mean, you pancake that on. It's a small like kind of compact setup. I went out and did a photo shoot with this combination not too long ago. Like I said, I did a paid gig in 2021 with this super cheap setup. So absolutely. With the it's the crispiness for sure. Do I collect N64 PS1? I don't collect N64, but I definitely collect PS1. Definitely on PS1. I mean, like I said, that was the system that like really put me on. I was 10. Was that right? Is that right? No. I was like 12 when we got the PlayStation 1. And so because I was in middle school, and man, like the PlayStation 1, like the nostalgia I have for that system is insane. I had a buddy that had an N64, and so the deal was like I would play, I would get the PlayStation games, and he and his sister, they would get the N64 games, and then we would get down like that. But for the most part, I like the PlayStation 1 way better. Even back then, I thought the graphics were better, even though a lot of times the N64 looked better with a lot of games, to be honest, now that I go back and look at it. But still, I thought that the sound was impressive. I liked it. The PlayStation 1 was a CD player also. It just had way better games, in my opinion, too. The stuff that I liked to play at the time, PlayStation 1 was doing that. And so, yeah, definitely PlayStation 1. I collect I'm sitting at about 120 PlayStation 1 games. I think I'm almost done with that system too. There's only a few more that I'm really on the lookout for. This game, Gaikido. I think I showed this in the last pickup, but this was a game that I've been looking for a long time, and recently just picked that up. I have not played it yet. I need to just do a stream where I just play video games, where I just stream some games. So I'll do that soon as well. My camera looks perfect. I appreciate that. Like I said, this is the 90D. I'm using the Sigma 18-35 f1.8 super sharp lens, and even this T6i, I still use this on my YouTube videos from time to time. What's the latest one I use this for? So I reviewed Urban Chaos recently, like a month ago, and the batteries on this were dead, and I had my M50 set up for something else. So I'm like, I'll just use the T6i and slap the Sigma on the T6i, and most people, they were like, hey, like your camera looks different. Like, are you using it different? No, like I said, it's impressive how good the 1080p on most Canon cameras are. Let's see. Do you know what's the best budget option for soundproofing a room? I've been looking into sound treatment options recently. And so, yeah, I mean, you can get foams now on Amazon. You can get like a nice 12 pack or more for very cheap on Amazon. I haven't really bought any of that yet as far as sound treatment goes for me. I just try to keep the microphone close to your face. So my microphone is usually, no matter what scenario I'm shooting in, it's almost to the point, if I try to at least arm's length, and that's pretty good for me. Also helps that I have a bunch of crap in this room, so sound gets absorbed by all the stuff, the cloth furniture. Shooting, if you sit like I've got a rug on the floor, so I'll have a rug usually right under me when I'm shooting, and so the rug dampens a lot of the sound. Even hanging up blankets like just off screen, I've done that in the past too, and that works really well. Just as long as you have something to dampen the sound, the denser the better, and so that's what a lot of those sound panels are really good for. And with that, for them, my sound usually sounds okay. I'm about to ruin that though, because I think I'm about to turn my AC back on because I'm in the basement. It's kind of cool down here, but I'm also wearing this sweater. But I wanted to keep the orange popping with this theme, so I think this really looks good color wise. But yeah, the sweater's getting kind of hot, so I might have to do that. Let's see. Still use the C920. The C920 is a fantastic webcam. I've got one down there somewhere, and I use that. I still use it as well. If I ever stream on Facebook or when I'm doing Zoom or Microsoft Teams calls at school, I still use my C920 as well. And that looks, yeah. Who is it? Sean Cannell from Think Media put me onto that camera, and that camera has been hard to find lately. I don't know if it's still hard to find, but for a while people were scalping that because with the pandemic it was hard to find. So yep, high tech. Yep, got to keep it ghetto tech out here. PlayStation 1 definitely had better games, especially in regards to N64. The N64's library is like 400 games, like US. Like the PlayStation 1 has a library of like 2,500. Like, of course, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's so many more memorable experiences. I mean, even with genres like, like they had decent first person shooters like GoldenEye and stuff like that. But, GoldenEye and Perfect Dark, and then that was kind of it. I think they had like Quake on there as well, Doom, but I don't really care about Doom. The old one, it was iconic for its time, but I'm all about new age Doom video games, so I didn't really care about that. But I mean, they had first person shooters like that. We had like the Medal of Honor series and things like that. So we had decent first person shooters as well. We had the better sports games. We definitely had the better fighting games, the better RPGs, the 3D platformers. I would have to give to them, although there were definitely some good platformers on the PlayStation 1 as well. But yeah, I think definitely like genres wise, like PlayStation 1 had it. So, oh snaps, level 857 is what's going on, Wu-Tang Clan. Hey, they level 857. If you didn't see, they were on Retro Rivals last night, had a fantastic stream, and I was laughing my ass off. I ended up having to go to bed, but I had them in the background while I was cooking dinner and things like that. So yeah, man, I was glad I definitely hit them with a sub. So if you see them, definitely sub to them. It was nice getting to know you guys. I appreciate Retro Rivals for that. They put me onto so many good channels just because of their bi-weekly streams where they, get to know gamer. Fantastic stuff. So let's see. What games were my favorite back then? If we're talking PlayStation 2 era, I started off. So in Christmas of '98, when we got the PlayStation, we got it with a demo disc, of course, and it had a bunch of games on it. We also had Ninja Shadow of Darkness as well as Tomb Raider 3. So those games are definitely fond to me. Even though I don't really like Tomb Raider 3 that much, I still really like Tomb Raider 3 that much just because of the nostalgia for it. Ninja Shadow of Darkness is a great game. I still play that game, at least once a year to this day. It's fantastic. The demo disc that we got with it, the demo disc is what put me on to Metal Gear Solid, and I played that demo disc so much that we broke it. That's the only game I played so much I've worn out was that demo disc. And, we would speed run to the DARPA chief and try to do it, not getting caught, and do it putting C4 on people's backs. And the really cool thing about Metal Gear Solid was the different ways that you could approach any given situation. So if you were creative, like you can do some really cool stuff, and that only improved as the series went on. So So it was good, Samurai Wu-Tang forever, for sure, for sure. I was like, dang, I saw the stream. I was like, dang, who's all these brothers they got up here reviewing? I was like, because I hadn't heard about you guys before that. And again, shout out to Retro Rivals. I found me a nice new channel, so I'm definitely going to be supporting you guys and checking out your stuff when you post. I appreciate you guys dropping it on my screen. That's super cool because you guys and Retro Rivals, you guys are like big time. Like y'all, I mean, you guys seem to be doing it for real out here. So, yeah. He says, nice AT1. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, at 1.8, the shallow depth of field on this is fantastic. Talking about the lens again. And honestly, the autofocus, I mean, Canon's autofocus is on point. Like, even in this setup when I'm streaming, like, the autofocus is staying with me pretty well. And I'm not using face tracking. I'm just using zone autofocus so I can do things like put up the next pickup that I got. So this is Utagi, Myth of Demons. You guys, I'm sure, are familiar with this. All you Xbox fans out there. I already own this game, but we see that at $4.95, and that's, I got it, I think, for $7 at the flea market a couple of weeks ago. It's not complete, unfortunately. It does not have the case. But, you know, that's all right. Like I said, I went ahead and picked this up just because it's sought after. And if I can get a sought after game for super cheap, then I can either flip it. I have Utagi 2 as well. And I thought about selling this to rebuy that, selling this and my loose copy to get a complete copy of that game. But honestly, I might just send this to my homeboy Scott because I've been telling him about Xbox games to play, and he doesn't own this one yet. So, I think, Scott, I'm going to send that one your way. So I'll hit you up on Instagram and get your contact information. You got to pay that shipping, though, because shipping to Canada, I think, is expensive. So y'all pay that, then I'll send it your way. No problem. Let's see what else is going on. Yeah, if the N64 went to disc instead of cartridges, I don't know why they were being so stubborn about that. Why they were being so stubborn about, I don't know if it was because they had a monopoly on the carts or whatever, like the stuff work, but it was like there was no reason to continue with carts at that point. It just wasn't like, I don't know. I'll never for the life of me understand that. And of course, they lost Squaresoft because of that, because Final Fantasy VII was supposed to come out on the N64, but because N64 stayed with carts, couldn't do it because Final Fantasy VII could not fit on a cart. So they had to move over to PlayStation. They've been with PlayStation ever since. I mean, we've gotten Final Fantasy games on Nintendo systems since, but I mean, think about how much of a landmark Final Fantasy VII was for so many gamers of the era. And that could have been the N64. People could have been buying N64s, flocking to the N64 like they did for the PlayStation for Final Fantasy VII. And Nintendo definitely played themselves. And even when they went to disc with the GameCube, they went with those little like mini disc and stuff. I don't know. Nintendo's planned themselves for a long time. But y'all know how I feel about Nintendo. I'm not a huge fan of them anyway. Let's see. Tana says exactly, curtains, carpet, etc. absorbs. Yeah, anything cloth. I got this ugly cloth love seat just off screen, and I'm sure it's good at dampening its sound. I wanted to replace it with like a more modern futon, maybe leather or something, but then like you would definitely hear the reverb when I shoot in my set that's with the collage video game background. You'll definitely hear more reverb when I shoot in that location, and also when I shoot in front of my two TVs. So I think the couch absorbs a lot of the reverb in that setting. Let's see. I also say editing video on this M1 Mac Mini is fast AF. Yeah, I definitely want to upgrade my whole editing workflow, because editing videos it takes a long time for me, which is kind of the reason why I haven't been posted. Like I've shot like 4 videos. Like I said, I did a Xbox One for Retro Rivals. I did a video where I'm talking about 720p and is it still good in 2021. I'm talking about that. I did another one where I was talking about PlayStation 2 games. It's like I got them shot, but editing them and rendering them and uploading them and all that stuff like takes forever on my computer. I feel like it's a little faster though if I because I shoot in 4K, and if I shoot in 4K ProRes, I think that the files, even though they're bigger, it's smoother. It's still easier on my editing software. So I just got the Atomos Ninja recorder / monitor, and so I can record directly to the SSD drive on that. And so when I record externally, I can record in a 8-bit 4.2 or 10-bit 422 ProRes on that. And so yeah, it like I said, the files are like much bigger, but they seem to go much faster. So let's see. We got to get you on the podcast, brother. Always a good time. For sure, man. I would love to be on the podcast sometime. Yeah, like I said, I'm just watching more of your content, trying to figure out more what you guys are about. But yeah, like you guys let me know. I'm down whenever, especially with the summer coming up and I won't be working as much. Let's see. It says I can't forget about Casanova too. He interviews a lot of important people in the industry as well as content creators. Yeah, for sure. Let's see. Oh, video game. Hey, VGL, welcome to the stream. What's going on? I got VGL. I got Rave Warrior Alpha. How you doing? I'm glad to see you back in action. Hope you do more videos soon. Hopefully so. I would like to, but like I said, I got a bunch shot. But with the end of the year and us doing, we went to doing remote schooling. So all the kids have a laptop. And we've since gone back to in-person schooling, but we got to check back in all those laptops and do all that stuff. The laptops are here to stay. I keep telling students that. I keep telling other teachers that. Like our school district spent $28 million to arm all of our students with some type of device, whether it's a laptop or a tablet or some kind of device, like they're not going anywhere. They're going to get their investment back, coronavirus or no. So yeah, we've been doing that, getting ready to check those back in. We check in the bulk of those Wednesday, I think. So I have to stay after for that. We had a bunch of events last week, like our final track meet and things like that. Got some good photos for that. And so they'll appear in an upcoming episode where I'm talking about the 90D. Hopefully I can do a review on that. Favorite cartoons and TV shows from my childhood, says Evil Alex. Let's see. Favorite cartoons. Early childhood, when I first saw Akira for the first time, I was trying to find more like anime style stuff. So Thundercats I thought was anime back then, but it wasn't. But I love Thundercats. I loved Voltron. Let's see. I watched a lot of Sailor Moon. I watched a lot of DBZ. Man, when the anime craze in the mid 90s hit, thanks to Cartoon Network, so I watched a lot of. I got into Gundam heavy at that time. Gundam Wing was fantastic. So I watched. I liked all the Cartoon Network cartoons like Powerpuff Girls, Dexter's Laboratory, Cow and Chicken, Johnny Bravo, all that stuff. Nickelodeon. I'm really fond of Nickelodeon cartoons as well from the early and mid 90s as opposed to Disney, because again, we couldn't afford the Disney Channel. It was a premium channel, so you had to pay extra for that. I had to go over to my Uncle David's house, RIP to my Uncle David, but he had the Disney Channel over there, so I would watch DuckTales over there and Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers, and Fox started playing Darkwing Duck, so I watched a lot of Darkwing Duck. There's a lot of them, man. I can go on and on forever about all the shows I watched. I had a bunch of cool live action shows on Nickelodeon, like Space Cases and Are You Afraid of the Dark and Roundhouse and all that, and My Cousin Skeeter, and a bunch of stuff that I was into. Even after I grew up, like my youngest brother Aaron, one of the childhood shows that was popping when he was growing up was a show called Out of the Box. I was like 15 at the time, 15, 16 or something like that. My brother he's my youngest brother. He's in like kindergarten. And so he went to school half days. He went in the afternoon. So Out of the Box used to come on at 10:30 in the morning. I think we had Disney by that time. And it used to come on. But, man, I was a grown-ass teenager doing the ending song, tapping. My girl, she know about it. You up there? You want to sing this song with me? No, she don't want to sing this song with me. But anyway, yeah, so there's a ton of them. DBZ was an event back then. It really was, man. People don't understand. People make fun of like DBZ now and how it's like so basic. When you talk about, what anime you like, if all you watch is DBZ, you're not a true anime fan. First of all, I hate gatekeeping. Don't gatekeep with me. But second of all, people don't understand though, like what DBZ did if it wasn't for DBZ, man. anime would still be niche right now, and it would not be as mainstream as it is right now. People don't understand what DBZ did for just the anime, for anime in general. Like DBZ made it cool to watch anime. You know what I'm saying? When people back in the day, when people was watching Studio Ghibli stuff and being ridiculed for it and things like that, like DBZ, like we had DBZ, we used to print out like all the pictures and slide them into the front of our Trapper Keepers and stuff like that. Man, like y'all don't understand. I remember I used to ride the school bus. I had the thugs on the school bus yelling at the bus driver like, "Hey man, you gotta hurry up, man. DBZ come on at 3:30." Like, so for sure. It says, yeah, I remember them days when they would tease the Disney Channel for some days and take it away. Eventually they added it with basic cable on it. Yeah, that's what it was. We didn't get the Disney Channel until it was free. And then when it was, then, you know, I started watching that stuff. Then they moved like shows like Doug to Disney, which it kind of sucked when it was on Disney, but Doug on but Nickelodeon Doug, that was on point. Let's see. I used to watch a show a long time ago that aired on Fox Kids called Digimon Digital Monster. Oh yeah, Digimon. Yeah, I remember Digimon, but I was hardcore into Pokemon, so I wasn't trying to hear anything they had to say. But I went back later and watched Digimon, and Digimon seems pretty cool. I was never into it as heavy as I was Pokemon, but yeah, I remember Digimon. Let's see. Let me go on with another one of these. So actually, I got a bunch of stuff here from the Xbox and Xbox 360, mainly Xbox 360. Because like I said, I thought I was finished with my Xbox 360 collection, and then I just came on a bunch of stuff. This one here on the original Xbox, Blackstone. I don't know anything about this. It looks cool, though. This is an Xbox exclusive. But like I said, look at that artwork. That's some hardcore like RPG anime stuff. That's right up my alley right there. Hey, that's right, Andre. You was on the bus. You know who I'm talking about, don't you? The black chick, the heavy set girl, real dark skin. You know exactly who I'm talking. I forgot you was on the bus that day. So you guys don't know Lord Zybalba. We grew up together. And yeah, for sure. That's exactly who I'm talking about. Her and her friends. It's like, yeah, I need to catch Dragon Ball Z. But yeah, this game looks super cool. It's made by a company called Zycat Interactive. I don't know who that is, but like I said, this looks like it might have some potential. And it was $10. And like I said, I've never seen this game ever in the wild anywhere. I've never heard anybody talk about this game. So I will be checking that out shortly so I can feature that in a Hidden Gems episode. I also picked up Rumble Roses for the PlayStation 2. I don't know how this got in the stack. I think I talked about this already once before because I picked this up like a couple of months ago. But yeah, I wanted to go ahead and grab it just because like I feel like this game is going to go up in price. I think it's going up in price already. I think it was a $9-10 game for years, and I think it's hovering around 25 now. So yeah, I got a couple of PS3 games. So this one was $8. He let me cop it for $8. And these I got from my homeboy at the flea market. So White Knight Chronicles. And I was looking for White Knight Chronicles 2. So that's the next one I'm looking for. I definitely want to add that to my collection. I think White Knight Chronicles 2 is trending around $40. So I definitely want to add that into my collection before it's too late. Let's see. What am I seeing in the comments? Okay, I'm still caught up. So yeah, but I definitely want to grab White Knight Chronicles. I don't know anything about it. It's published by Sony, and it was a Sony exclusive. So this is all first party. It looks like it might be an action RPG, which I'm all about. Oh no, this is from Level 5. Okay, so like Rogue Galaxy Level 5. Dark Cloud, did they do Dark Cloud 2? I don't think they did. Maybe they did Dark Cloud 2. But Level 5, they did like the Rogue Squadron games on GameCube, which are awesome. And so yeah, Level 5, they did a Hexy's Force on the PSP. Level 5 is a solid developer. So yeah, I'm down to check that out. This one here I'm going to talk about shortly and probably in an upcoming video, because this one is a game that is not expensive yet, but I think is going to be in the very near future, especially for the PS3, because y'all know what's going on with all the PS3 stuff. That's Fight Night Champion. I think this is the last of the Fight Night games to come out. And this one I got for, what I get it for? $20. So yeah, the 1995 sticker on the side there. I got that from the pawn shop. So I went ahead and picked it up. I was actually looking for this game on the Xbox 360 because I thought it might play better on the 360. But like I said, people acting crazy about PS3 right now. So I'm like, man, since I see this game now, let me just get it. Otherwise, I may not get the game at all. So yeah, I went ahead and scooped that up. They were talking about coming out with another Fight Night game, but then I didn't hear anything else about it after that. So currently, I think that's the last one to come out. And if there are no more games in the series, then that one will definitely shoot up in price. And even still, this game is a few years old now, so you're going to be dealing with characters who may have since retired and, who may not appear in future games. So I do like games like that. I do like to collect them just for that kind of snapshot. I want to go back and get the UFC games that came out in the 7th generation, the UFC 09 and UFC 2010, because again, they feature fighters who are now inactive and whose contracts run out, so the UFC can't put them in the new games, stuff like that. So yeah, but Fight Night, definitely be on the lookout for that one. Zybalba says he saw White Knight Chronicles 2 a few days ago. Yeah, man, I'm on the lookout for it. I don't think it's super hard to find, but yeah, like I said, you can't go to GameStop anymore and find it because they basically I think they'll still take trade-ins from 7th gen consoles, but for the most part, they don't keep them in the store like that. So it looks like at this point, if I can't come across it at like one of my like vintage stock or something like that, then I might have to bite the bullet and get it on eBay. I got a couple of games on eBay that are on their way that I'm excited about, but we'll talk about those another time. Let's see. Oh, here's a recommendation from the channel Gaming with the Professor. That is Professor Joe Casey. On the Xbox One, I got Agony. I thought this game was exclusive, but apparently it came out for the PS4 as well. I've never seen the PS4 version of this game, and I rarely see this version of this game. This is a game that takes place in hell. It's supposed to be super scary, super dark, and super graphic. It's a lot of gore and depiction of some very savage stuff going on, and a lot of people frowned upon the game for that, but that's taboo is totally up my alley when it comes to video games. I don't know why, but I'm always about the taboo. So yeah, if they eating babies in that or whatever they're doing, like, I'll check it out. You know what I mean? So again, that's one that I don't see. I thought it was an Xbox One exclusive, so I definitely wanted to scoop that up because I don't really collect that much for the Xbox One anymore since I've gone all in on the PS4. But I do try to make sure I get all the exclusives for the Xbox One. Let's see. Got Time Crisis Blazing Storm for $16.99. Game goes for like $56. Oh, okay. Time Crisis Blazing Storm. Yeah, they yeah, for sure. That game shot up crazy. And I bought that a long time ago because I was collecting I was an early adopter of the PlayStation Move, and I enjoy the PlayStation Move. It's my favorite oddball console. I did a video on it about a year ago now. I still want to do a proper video dedicated completely to the PlayStation Move. That video I have not done. It's been an idea of mine. Literally, that idea birthed this channel, and eventually I will do it. Yeah, funny. Some of you guys know the story. I started my YouTube channel because Metal Jesus Rocks, he had the PlayStation 3 buyer's guide. When he dropped that video, I was subscribed to him at the time and watching him and Kelsey Lewin talk about the PlayStation 3. And I was like, oh, okay, it's cool. They was putting us on. Then they got to talking about the controllers. And, Metal Jesus like, oh, we got one more to talk about. And Kelsey Lewin was like, no, we don't. It doesn't exist. And blah, 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 blah. And he started talking about the PlayStation Move. And they were talking about how the PlayStation Move, like, she was making a joke like how it shouldn't be mentioned because it's that terrible. And they proceeded to talk about how trash the PlayStation Move was and how only the Wii has good motion controls. And I was like, what, like, did y'all play it? Did y'all actually, like, the PlayStation Move is fantastic. Like, the PlayStation Move was the PlayStation Wii on steroids. Like you had fantastic games, and they're way over there. Otherwise, I'm gonna show y'all. Hold on. I'm gonna show y'all. Okay, so just a couple for an example. So PlayStation Move did a lot of things that the Nintendo Wii did, but just way better. So first off, here's that Time Crisis Blazing Storm that you were talking about. If you can see, I got that joint for $8.99 at GameStop like a couple of years back. Like I bought this like 3 years ago, maybe. But yeah, it's cool because Time Crisis like Blazing Storm, it has Time Crisis, it has Blazing Storm on it, it has Time Crisis 4 on it, and it has Dead Storm Pirates. So you get 3 like shooting games, like light gun games, for the price of one. And even at $60, I think it's worth that because again, you get 3 games stuffed in here. Playing with the Move handgun, playing with these guys. This is the way to play light gun games on the PlayStation 3 because with the PlayStation Move, like they were phenomenal. Like this thing is, I don't know if these are expensive. I don't imagine they are because I don't think a lot of people know of their existence, but you had games like that. On the Wii, you had House of the Dead Overkill. PlayStation 3, you got House of the Dead Overkill Extended Cut, which is, I mean, let's see, PlayStation Move, but it has PlayStation 3 graphics. Like it doesn't have the bad like Wii, PlayStation 2 style graphics. Like everything's in HD. You also had this game here, No More Heroes. So it got a remaster on the PlayStation 3 that you use with the PlayStation Move. My case is a little jacked up, but you'll see I got that game for $13. This was an expensive game now. But again, it's No More Heroes remastered for the PlayStation 3. Like it looks really good and it plays fantastic with the PlayStation Move. Or you can just play it traditionally, I believe, just with the controller. Yeah, you can just play it with a DualShock 3 and play like a traditional hack and slash game. But also, GoldenEye 007 Reloaded. This is the superior version. You got to get on the back. I don't know if you can see it, but is it still trying to focus on my face? But you got they had their rifle attachment. I got the rifle attachment on the other side of the room there, but fantastic. And I mean, these are Wii games that play way better on the PlayStation 3. The Move, in my opinion, was more responsive than even the Wii with the Motion Plus add-on with it. And so basically, that's why I started my YouTube channel. I'm like, man, like I don't have an issue with Metal Jesus. I still like him and his channel. I like Kelsey Lewin, but I'm like, man, I don't think y'all like really, really played it. And so I'm like, okay, I'm gonna make a video on the PlayStation Move so they can hopefully see it one day and then be like, oh, the PlayStation Move is actually all right. So I made my channel because I wanted to change their minds about the PlayStation Move, which is crazy. So one day, if my channel gets big enough, then I'll make it. Which actually, Metal Jesus Rocks has commented on a few of my videos, which is crazy that he saw my videos. Like, so that was wild. But maybe I'll try to tag him on social media somewhere and be like, hey, I made this video. I really, really want you to watch it. It's the reason why I started my channel. So I might do that. But yeah. So sorry I went off on a rant there. But again, super passionate about the PlayStation Move. I think the PlayStation Move was a fantastic little subsystem. And like I said, it has its own set of games. And I don't know if I want to collect a complete set. But like I said, I'm sitting on like 25 Move games right there. And there's even more, like Deadly Premonition. It came out on the Xbox, but the PlayStation 3 version is that's one of the rare cases where the PlayStation version is better than the Xbox 360 version. So Deadly Premonition, it's kind of expensive on either system, but it definitely plays better on the PS3, and it has Move support too if you want to play it like that. I need to get Wild Guns Reloaded. I got Wild Guns Reloaded. I actually showed that in my last pickups video, the one that I did last week. I went live last week, so I literally just got Wild Guns Reloaded like a week ago. So definitely watch that after you watch this one, after we get done here. But yeah, I love Wild Guns Reloaded because that was one of the few Super Nintendo games that I do remember from back in the day. And just in general, there's not a lot of gallery style shooters. And so, yeah, that one was really cool. So I'm glad I definitely picked that one up. So for sure. And that game is going, I think that one's going to go up in price. Again, there's no reason why Wild Guns Reloaded doesn't go up in price. To get that game complete in box on the SNES is like $1,000 or something ridiculous like that. Like, it's super expensive. Like, just cart only of that game is like $250. Like, so why wouldn't you get the remastered version with the extra bells and whistles and extra features? Like, Wild Guns Reloaded is the definitive version of that game, and you can get it for well under $30. Like, why wouldn't you do that? So absolutely, that game's going to go up in price one day. Even if you don't like the game, just buy it for the purpose of flipping it and getting something you do want. Let's see, Stag Mine, a complete in-box copy of Silent Hill Downpour for $17. I was pretty hyped to catch one at that price these days. Yeah, anything Silent Hill is expensive AF nowadays. But yeah, NPC, I did snatch that up. Yeah, recently. So yeah, it's cool that you mentioned that. Let's see. Also on the 360, this one, nothing super exciting. It's Soldier of Fortune Payback. I did a review during Backlog February. I was just going through my backlog. I had a copy of Soldier of Fortune on the Dreamcast, and I ranted and raved in my review about how cool that game was and how many modern features that they put in that game before modern features were put in other games. Like, it was really ahead of its time. And so to play the latest version on the Xbox 360, like, it'll be a good time for a mindless shooter. I don't think it's going to be life-changing or anything like that, but it was definitely one that I wanted to add. There was a Soldier of Fortune on the PlayStation 2 as well, and then I think there was a sequel that came out on PS2 and Xbox, the original Xbox. So I might grab those just so I can have the whole series. And yeah, we'll keep it moving. Like I said, the Soldier of Fortune I played on the Dreamcast, I know was re-released on the PS2 and Xbox, the original Xbox, and that's going to be the way to play that game because, dual analog sticks. But yeah, so I'll definitely grab those at some point and keep that going. Let's see. Also on the Xbox 360, here's a game I got super cheap recently. That's Wet on the Xbox 360. So we got to talk, while we're talking about the crazy jump in price of these PS3 games and whatnot, a lot of these games you can get on the Xbox 360 for a fraction of the price. The Xbox 360, for the most part, when it came to third-party games, the Xbox 360 was the superior version. The games played and ran way better on the Xbox 360. Of course, the only thing you got to get around is that Xbox 360 controller. A lot of people simply just don't like it at all. I think the Xbox 360 controller, especially the second version that they came out with the D-pad that you can rotate, I think that one is pretty decent. It's serviceable. The D-pad still isn't as good as but the triggers are really good for racing games and first-person shooters, and so first-person shooters and racers I generally try to get on the Xbox 360. When it comes to hack and slash games or third-person action adventures like this, though, I prefer to get them on the PS3. Luckily, I already have this game on the PS3, but I definitely want to get the Xbox 360 version too, just because. So I just added it just because, like, it was cheap. It was like $10. So I went ahead and got it. I think Wet on the PlayStation 3 right now is trending at like 35, and it's going to start to go up because it was a pretty decent game that just didn't get a lot of fanfare, but it's niche, and it did a lot of cool things with art design and things like that that'll, interest people, in the years to come. So let's see. Okay, says I got a Dreamcast version of Soldier of Fortune about 2 weeks ago as well. So fun with the mouse and keyboard. Yeah, see, I didn't even think about that. If you have the mouse and keyboard peripheral for the for the Dreamcast, and you can just play it like you would on the PC. And that's definitely got to be a superior experience than to just use it on the actual controller. So yeah, I forgot about the mouse and keyboard completely. So yeah. I've never seen any negative feedback about the 360 controller a lot. I said it was better than their favorite controller. Yeah, a lot of people do praise the Xbox 360 controller, but a lot of people, like I've heard people, like actually when I posted about this game, so let's talk about my next pickup. Again, I was talking about the 360, how you can get these games at a fraction of the price. Lollipop Chainsaw is like, what is it going for? Like $60, $80 right now on PS3. Boom, I bought that a couple of weeks ago, like 2 weeks ago for $20. And Venice Diana had a $4 off coupon. So I got this game for $16 like 2 weeks ago. Same game, but it's on the Xbox 360. But again, this game probably plays better than the PS3 version. And it's probably not a huge difference, but you'll probably see some improvements with texture and frame rate and loading times and things like that. But again, when I posted this, I was letting people know, like, man, you can still get some of these fantastic games. Shadows of the Dam is another one. It's going up in price on the 360, but you can still get it for like $30. And somebody was like, yeah, but the Xbox 360 controller really sucks. And other people got to talking about how bad the controller was. Me personally, I also put the Xbox 360, the second version of it, I put that among my favorite controllers of all time. But I understand that some people don't like it. Again, the D-pad, which I thought the version 2 had a much improved D-pad. The version 1 had that weird web D-pad. And so that was weird. A lot of people also don't like that the analog sticks are off center. I think that's fantastic. I prefer that especially for first person shooters. And of course they have the superior triggers. The DualShock 3 have those kind of mushy, R2 and L2 buttons. And so they felt kind of weird. They fixed that with the PS4 controller and gave it more of a trigger like design too, by putting that groove in it. But yeah, like I said, fighting games, like action games, third person shooters and things like that, I prefer the DualShock 3 with. But when it comes to racing and first person shooters, I definitely prefer the Xbox controller. And you can definitely get by with the other titles too. So Lollipop Chainsaw probably doesn't feel as good as it would on PS3, but I'm sure it's fine on the Xbox 360. So I never had huge complaints about either controller personally. Let's see. I have that game wet for the PS3, but without the original case. Does anybody know anybody that sells cases or custom? Like you can search freaking just like repro cases. There's a lot of people that make repro cases, and they use high quality printers and things. They literally look exactly like the real thing. Let's see here. I'll show you this. I don't know where it went. There it is. So here's a game I got recently for $1. For $1, it's a Def Jam Icon. So I didn't want to show this because it's just a loose copy, nothing special. But I also got this on PlayStation 3. And again, Def Jam Icon, there's no reason why this game does not get expensive. The other two are, rising in price. Fight for New York. Hold on. Sorry, I had to mute while I sneeze there. But Def Jam Fight for New York, crazy prices. It's like $200 on the PlayStation 2. The Xbox version is like $150. Def Jam Vendetta, which I just got recently, thank God. I got that for about $40. But Def Jam Vendetta is like, that game is like a $60, $70 game now. So the other two games in the series are also all already up there in prices. There's no reason why Icon doesn't follow suit, even though in my opinion it's the weakest title in the series. Still, like, you got those people who are going to want to have the complete collection. Like me, figured I might as well have all the Def Jam games just cause. So I went on eBay and just found somebody who makes repro cases. So I got a repro case of that on the way. It was like $8. So if you can find just type that in. I see it on Facebook Marketplace all the time too. People who make repro cases, and like I said, the quality is actually, for what I've seen. I think I got a repro of something else back in the day. I can't remember what it was, but yeah, like the cases, the quality is fantastic. I'm looking actually for one for Utagi too, so I've been on the lookout for that too as another way to complete that copy, or at least have it uniform on my shelf, because I hate generic cases. Jackie Chan Stuntmaster is another one I got. I got that loose sitting over there in a weird green case, and it's just like, man, I just need that in a case. Like, so definitely check that out. Wet was a pretty popular niche game, and as that game grows in popularity and as it rises in price, definitely, if it doesn't exist now, it will, because once that game becomes a heavy hitter, like you can do that right now with games like Rule of Rose and Kawan and stuff like that. There's people that make high quality repro cases, so if you get a copy of it loose, you can just complete it. Let's see, moving on here. I don't know anything about this game. PS4 Omega Quintet is the name of it, but it looks kind of like that anime style action RPG that I like to play, and it was a good price at $17.99, so I went ahead and got it. Don't know anything about it, but I'll check this out soon enough. Maybe I'll play this tonight. Who knows? I think after this stream, I might play something and stream it on PS4. Who knows? And y'all can check that out. Another PS4 game I'm excited to play, and the last one that I picked up in this slot was this one here, Persona 5 Royal, like the Steelbook edition. And GameStop, I caught them slipping like $28 for that. Like, so I was like, man, this is probably the last time that I'm going to see this. So I went ahead and got it. So yeah, $28. And I think I got this. I think I had my $5 coupon for this too. So I think I ended up getting it for like $23. But yeah, so Persona 5 Royal Steelbook edition, I'm with that. I've been playing a lot of Persona stuff lately. So yeah, I do want to go through. I got Persona 3, 4, and now 5. So I want to play through and beat all of those games, and I figured I'd just get it now so I wouldn't have to pay the price later or buy like an inferior copy. If I can get the Steelbook version with the sleeve and all that, because even if I find the Steelbook version later, you know, you'll just find it like this without the sleeve and all of that. So yeah, if I can get that all for under $30 now, I might as well do it, because I definitely feel like, I mean, it's Persona. Every Persona game goes up in price. Persona 3, which we'll talk about in the video that I drop later this week, Persona 3 is like encroaching on $90 right now. Luckily, Persona 4 you can still get for pretty cheap because it got remastered on the Vita via Persona 4 Golden, but that one is like $90 too now. So let's see. When I got the Def Jam icon, I got this next game here on the 360. Oh, hey, my boy Joe Casey's in the stream. What's going on? What's happening, player? We just out here looking at the rest of those games that I told you I was gonna do, and haven't done it all this week. So I wanted to hurry up and get this out. I was in the process of editing some other videos, but I'm like, man, let me live stream first before I get to editing the video, because then my computer is going to be occupied and I wouldn't be able to do it. I guess at this point I can live stream on my phone now that I've hit 1,000 subs and all of that stuff. But like I said, I like this quality better, so want to do it the right way, as my boy Mr. Right Way would say. How long I've been on? I've been on for 1 hour and 13 minutes. So that means I'm probably going to be on for at least another hour. I say, like, I'm going to just do this real quick and I'm going to stop. But no, that's not what happens. Just showing them some pickups games. I got to ranting and raving about the PlayStation Move as well. So, like I said, in some of my PlayStation 4 games, I don't know if I've showcased all of them, because I've been picking up a lot of PS4 games lately. Like, I'm sitting at like 50, 60 games right now, because I've been scooping them up $20 and less for the most part, save for a few exceptions, which I'll, open the wallet for. But this game, I think this got remastered on the Xbox One. This is Divinity 2. Don't know anything about it at all either. It looks like one of those Skyrim style action RPGs. It was $1, and so it was in the dollar bin at the pawn shop. This and that Def Jam icon. So I just grabbed them both because I didn't have it in my collection. Don't know anything about it, but yeah, this is. I'm trying to look and see who made it. I'm not familiar with Larian Studios. So it might be low budget. But again, I think this got remastered on the Xbox One. So I'll have to look for that because I think it got remastered as a 2-pack of whatever Divinity Part 1 is. I think Divinity 1 and 2 is in the double pack. I feel like I saw that at GameStop at one point. But I went and picked that up. Oh, look at that. I'm burning through them today. I only got 3 more games to talk about, but we'll end up talking about some more stuff, I'm sure. Yeah, Boy says it comes with the sleeve too. Of course, like I had to get it with the sleeve because when you get those steelbook games, like they always get separated from the sleeve, and then you just can't find it. It looks weird. So yeah, it's yeah, definitely. I got a Marvel vs. Capcom 3 in the steelbook without the sleeve that I found in a pawn shop, but it was $7, so I went ahead and bought it. But I'm like, man, like I've been kind of like low key keeping out for the sleeve, but it's never popped up. So found Zone of the Enders second runner at Five Below. Nice. Zone of the Enders is a fantastic series. That one needs to be resurrected. Found it for Five Below, and GameStop still sells it for $20. Yeah, they do. So you can flip that if you want and go. I don't know if I have the PlayStation 2 version anymore because I got the HD collection on PlayStation 3, and it got remastered again on the PlayStation 4 with like a VR mode attached to it and stuff like that. And I've seen it a couple of times, and I'm like, oh, I'll get this eventually. And now I don't see it anymore. So next time I see Zone of Enders on PlayStation 4, I'm going to get it. I'm kind of disappointed, though, because it only has the second runner on there. It didn't have the original on there like the HD collection on the PS3 did. So that being said, Zone of Enders HD collection will probably shoot up in price because that's the only way you can play the HD version of the original Zone of Enders. HD collection also came on the 360, but apparently nobody cares about Microsoft. So it's all about PlayStation 3 prices going up right now. So that might be another one to look out for. I don't know what it's going for currently, but it's people don't talk about it, so I don't think it's that expensive yet. So definitely scoop that up. Let's see. That studio makes quality games. Divinity Original Sin 2. Oh, okay. Is an all-time great game. Okay, so cool then. I'll definitely check that out. Professor says the move is amazing, especially the most slept-on game of all time, and that game is called The Shoot. Hey, yeah, The Shoot is fantastic. It's a game like where you're like shooting like a Western movie. And yeah, so that one I didn't talk about, but like I said, I got it. We'll definitely talk about the move at some point because my move collection is pretty decent at this point. Like I said, I'm sitting at about 25, 30 games, but they're all good. Like, I don't think I have any shovelware. I've played most of them at this point. There's one, it's a Men in Black game. It's Men in Black on the PlayStation Move, and it's sealed, so I kind of don't want to open it. But yeah, because Microsoft cares about preserving their games, the prices won't go up. And that's true. Like, I mean, Microsoft is been really good lately about backwards compatibility and stuff like that. And of course, they're not awful like Nintendo, and they don't trip on people for talking about this stuff and whatnot. And that's definitely very true. Men in Black is amazing. Yeah, I might crack it open. Like I said, I never really cared to have sealed games in my collection anyway. I have a few, and that Men in Black game is one of them. I also got a sealed copy of Shantae on the PlayStation Vita. So I got a sealed Vita game. So that one will probably be expensive. I'm going to keep that one sealed because I also have the Wii U version. So if I want to play that game, I'll just play it on the Wii U. So that one I'll probably keep sealed. And then I think I randomly got a sealed copy of like God of War 3 on the PlayStation 3 or something like that. But Walmart, I got that Men in Black game because Walmart was blowing it out. That's how I got Puppeteer too. I got Puppeteer new, but I cracked it open. I wish I hadn't now, but I got Puppeteer for like $10 or $5. And I got Men in Black. It was $3 sealed. So So keep it sealed, especially if you can find it cheap. Yeah, man, I might just try to find another copy of it. So like I said, I bought it for $3. So I'm sure sealed it's worth more than that now. So if I can find another cheap copy for like 10, 15, I'll probably do that. Like I said, it's in my backlog, so I have no intention of opening it anytime soon. This one I kind of had to pay for a little bit. This one on the Xbox 360 was the Simpsons game. And that one, like you can see there, I paid $38 for that. So more than I normally like to pay for games. But when I look at the Simpsons game and I see Futurama, I feel like this game is going to be one of them crazy ass expensive games. This also came out on the PS3. I'm looking for the PS3 version, but the PS3 version might already be expensive now. I went ahead and got this because, again, this one will probably be the better playing of the two, even by a little bit. But I mean, I saw it, so I went ahead and grabbed it. It was one that I wanted to add to the collection anyway, and I figured this is probably one of my last chances to grab it. So I went ahead and did that. Don't know much about it. I think you play in different scenarios as different members of the family. They have their own like special abilities and things like that. And so it looks like a really cool game. It was based on the Simpsons movie. I think that came out around the same time in 2008 or whatever it was. But yeah, so that one, it's steadily rising in price. I definitely think it's more than that now. I think it's hovering around $50 now. So if I see it for PS3, I'm probably going to go ahead and bite the bullet and buy it as well. Because he said, damn, the Simpsons hit you. Yeah, man, it did. I didn't get that at a good price. And it was not too long ago, 6 months to a year ago, the Simpsons game. It was a $20 game, easy. But like I said, I went ahead and bit the bullet because I know 2-3 years from now, when this is $150, I'll be like, man, well, $37 wasn't that bad. Said, are you going to tell us some jokes with that brick background? Hey, yeah, that's true. That's like the old, like the dingy, like stand-up comedy clubs. Yeah, man. I can't remember why I decided to get this background. I wanted to get just like a dark gray or like a black, just a matte black background, and I probably still will. But I don't know. I just saw this one and I'm like, man, let me try this brick one. I got another like white brick one under it. And it's not that great, though. So I was kind of disappointed in that one. But that one was kind of cheap. So as they say, buy it nice or buy it twice. So I'll definitely add some more backdrops to that. I got the cool Star Wars one. I did really enjoy that one. So, yeah. But, yeah, I like this brick background. It's pretty good for I shoot some thumbnails with it. And it's pretty versatile when you cast some light on it. Like I said, I haven't done the orange before, but I really like that. My girlfriend just bought me the sweater today, so it's hot, but I'm still going to wear it to support her. But, yeah, I do like the sweater. And I like it against this orange background. And then I got an orange light over here just giving me a little bit of fill. So, yeah, I like the orange. I'm falling for it. Genji is still cheap. Yeah, Genji Days of the Blade on the PlayStation 3 is still cheap. So is Dawn of the Samurai, though, on the PlayStation 2. The Genji, like both Genji games are super cheap. And Genji Dawn of the Samurai on the PlayStation 2 is a fantastic game. It's literally one of the best looking games on the system. Fantastic game. It was kind of short. I beat the first Genji in like 4.5-5 hours, but it was still a blast to play. Days of the Blade, I haven't played through that much, but it's cool because you get to play as you get to play as Eke and the main character. I can't remember his name, Hatsune or something like that. I can't remember his name, but then you get to play as a bunch of other characters in the second one as well. Genji has crappy controls, but looked awesome. Yeah, I wish it had a better like lock-on system. That Genji, because you dodged with the right analog stick, right? So and that's cool. I do like games that do that because it's super responsive. But the problem with that is because of that, you're dealing with a fixed camera, and that for me was the bigger problem. I would have been okay as long as you could rotate the camera 360 degrees whenever you wanted to. And so it kind of had a fixed camera that followed you around in some spots, and then in some spots it was kind of static too. It was weird like that, but I wish you had control of the camera. Did I ever check out Way of the Samurai games on PS3? I think I have one. Let me check, because I like the Way of the Samurai games. Okay, yeah, I have one. It's Way of the Samurai 3. I know it also, there was a fourth one too, I believe. I never got the fourth one, but I got that at GameStop some years back, $8.99. I don't know what it's going for now, but the way of the Samurai games, they usually shoot up. They usually hold their value. I've got Way of the Samurai 2 on the PlayStation 2. That's my favorite in the series, I think. And that one is kind of expensive now. And I think I bought that one for like $6. Let's see. Seeing your stream reminded me to go grab the Castlevania collection. Yeah, I do need to get that because I've got a Castlevania on the Xbox 360, but I always wanted to get it for the PlayStation 3. And that new Castle of the Lords of Shadow that came out a few years back, the PlayStation 3 version, it's all on one Blu-ray. The Xbox 360 version is on 2 discs. But yeah, I think a game like that would play better with the PlayStation 3 controller. So I definitely wanted to get that. And I need to because it's Castlevania. So of course the game is going to go up in price. Like why I've been slacking on that, I don't know. I used to see them all the time, and now I don't see them quite so much anymore. So I do need to get those. EAE says, should I buy Folklore for $60 on eBay, or do you think there will be a PS5 remaster? I would not hold my breath for a remaster, unfortunately. Folklore is a really good game, and it's not like a super long game, but you also got 2 playable characters, so you get extra play out of that. Would I pay $60 for it? Probably so. I probably wouldn't pay any more than $60 because Folklore is trending for higher than that. Like, so $60 is on the low end. So if you can grab it for 60, I would say grab it for 60 because when I see it, I think right now, let me look. I got my phone right here. So let's see what Game Eye says, which Game Eye's prices are based on price charting. But that being said, price charting and eBay prices are very, very different things. So yeah, I would say $60, grab that joint. Like grab that now. Like stop watching me and go get it and then come back. But definitely go do that because that's a really good price for that. And it's not like it's going to get any cheaper anytime soon, unless of course they remaster it. But I simply don't see that happening at this point. Because it was a pretty obscure game to begin with. So I would not hold my breath for a remaster. So according to Game Eye is saying that Folklore is $88. So yeah, it's just shy of $90. I don't know if it's gonna focus on there. There it goes. Look at that. Go. You still can't see it, I don't think, but I don't know. But yeah, it's $88. So buy it for 60. Yeah, definitely grab it before somebody else does. Limited Run is releasing a physical version of the Castlevania collection. Yeah, man, and I don't even like Limited Run like that because I hate that, it's like, oh, we got 5 copies out, and then people get multiple copies and scalp those immediately. But like I said, it's cool that just somebody's putting them out physically. Said I got the right one with part 3. Right on. Yeah, the Samurai is awesome. I put that one in one of my hidden. Okay, yeah, I remember that now. So yeah, it's in the backlog. I haven't played it yet, but right on. So you said is 4 not that good then? So is that one I shouldn't worry about? Said Way of the Samurai has a newer spin-off game too that's pretty good. Katana Kami. You can import a copy from Play Asia. Oh, okay. On the PS4 then. Video game says buy for 60. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just go ahead and buy it, man. Like it's not gonna get any cheaper. So like if you got it, like $60 isn't crazy price. That's the price of the game new when it came out. So, fine. That's not a big deal. Like I said, there's enough game there that you could justify $60. But past 100, I don't know about that. People are losing a bit of trust in Limited Run because their games are taking forever to ship. Yeah, I've heard about that. Like I've heard about like people waiting like 6 months for a game to show up. Like that's ridiculous. Like I'm not doing that. Have that too, along with I don't know how to say that. Juan Yun Sun 3, which is now going to be coming to the West. Right on. I bought it in Genji on PS3. Thanks for the advice just now. For sure, man. Yeah, just grab it. Speaking of way of a samurai. Oh, where is it at? My PlayStation shelf is a mess right now. Here we go. So the Way of the Samurai games, I believe, branched from this game here called Soul of the Samurai on the PlayStation 1. And this game plays just like the Way of the Samurai games. And so I think that they spun off of this one here because this one takes place in ancient Japan, of course, Edo period. You get to play as both of these different characters in their own storyline. You got the city where you can go to the different districts. This was an open world game at the time, as much as for this, as far as like standard open world games at the time were. But you can go around the different areas of these cities and do side quests and fight with enemies who would randomly pop up and things like that. Like it's very Way of the Samurai in its gameplay, and so. When I played the Way of the Samurai games on the PlayStation 2, I'm like, man, these are just like Soul of the Samurai. So I never researched that, and like I said, these are Konami. This Way of the Samurai 3 was Age Tech, and I can't remember what the other ones were. They might be Age Tech too, but there's some kind of connection there, I'm sure. I've just never researched that, but there's some. Let's see. The first Tenchu on PS1 is rising in price. Also, is it really? Yeah, I'm glad I got mine. The Tenchu series is fantastic though. So yeah, also Tenchu on the PS2. What is it called? Tenchu crap. It's the game that came after Tenchu 3. I have it over there and I can't remember what it's called. Fatal Shadows. Tenchu Fatal Shadows. That one is rising in price. There was also a really good Tenchu game that came out on PSP. But it didn't come out in America. It came out in Japan and Europe. And my brother Aaron has the European version. I did a video like 3 years ago where I was talking about games in my brother's collection that I wanted for my own, and that was one of the ones that I talked about. And it plays just like Tenchu 3. Is a fantastic game with a really cool storyline, and it's got some really cool mechanics. A lot of the gameplay mechanics from Tenchu 2 they brought back in that PSP game, which is fantastic because those were missing from Tenchu 3, like being able to kill someone and then pick up their body and hide it, or using bamboo reeds to breathe under the water and stuff, and swimming in general. I don't think in part 3 you could swim. You kind of just waded in the water like the first Tenchu, but Tenchu 2, like you could just actually like swim underwater and pop up on people. And so yeah, super cool. And so that Tenchu game is rising in price. So I definitely got to get that. I'm not trying to get every Tenchu game, but if I did, I got all the ones that I want for the most part. So let's see. There's some really good delisted PS3 games you can't get at all now. There used to be a really dope Afterburner. Yep, I remember that. The Afterburner game that came out. I think the Wipeout one, I don't know if the Wipeout one is still there, but I just got Wipeout the Omega Collection, which has that PS3 game on there that was only released digitally. And so the Wipeout the Omega Collection, that's the only way you can get it physically, because I don't think that overseas got a physical release of that game either. So I definitely have to scoop that up. But yeah, there's some that you can't get anymore. I need to hurry up and re-download Scott Pilgrim versus the World. So I need to go and get that out the way. Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. I heard that one was a Tenchu style game, so I definitely got to pick it up. This is a little pricey still right now. I feel like I can weight that down until it gets under $20 without it disappearing off the shelves. But yeah, I want to get that and Ghost of Tsushima. Let's see. But yeah, let's see. I got a couple of more games to talk about. On the 360 here, this was another one that I bought super cheap. This is Dark on the Xbox 360. And I remember when this game came out, I don't think it's a good game. I think a lot of people actually said that this was a bad game. But that being said, I do expect this game to rise in price at some point. I do expect this to be an expensive game and to be highly sought after and blah, 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 blah. But if it's a bad game, I don't want to pay a high price for it. You know what I mean? Like that was like the motorcycle game that I got over there where you play as the biker. What is it? Road to Hell or Highway to Hell, whatever it's called. I hear that's a notorious bad game. In fact, one of the worst games of all time. But when I saw it, 2 months ago, I saw it for $8.99. I went ahead and bought it because if it's going to be, I feel like it's going to be one of those terrible games. It's like crazy high price. And if that's the case, like I don't want to pay that. You say you kind of like Dark. Like I said, I got to check it out because there's a lot of games that I like that a lot of people shit on. And I'm just like, man, I don't know. You know what I'm talking about, Joe Casey? Like people be talking about Bullet Witch on the Xbox 360, how it's not good, but you know what I'm saying? They just be hating. No, I'm just playing. I'm just playing, yeah. So I know that's not one of your favorite games. And actually, I played more Bullet Witch, and I definitely see the criticisms you have for that game. Like, it's not a great game, but I think for me, it's more nostalgia because it was like one of the first Xbox 360 games that I ever played. And I remember the destructible environments on that and how you could use your level 3 spells to like affect the environment and damage things. And I'm like, man, this is a real like next gen experience. Let's see. Road Rage need to be on your watch list also. Road Rage, is that for what system is that for? I can kind of see the artwork in my head, so I know I've come across the game before. But yeah. Wait, the Road Rage, is that like the you know what I'm talking about? What's the road? Is that like the Road Rash kind of like spiritual sequel? Oh, yeah, Gundam on the PS3. I don't have any of the Gundam games on the PS3, and there was a few that came out, in particular, like the Dynasty Warriors Gundam games. Those are ones I always wanted to grab, but I haven't got them, and I feel like I might miss out on that. I feel like I'm going to miss out on that. I'm going to miss out on the Sly Cooper trilogy. I feel like the Jack and Daxter trilogy, which I thought I had at one point and must have got rid of. Road Rage is a re-release for PS4 and Xbox. Okay, so I'll grab it on the PS4 then. But yeah, that's the sucky thing about collecting, y'all. Like, don't be super beat up about it because, man, you're not gonna get them all. You know what I mean? There's so many games that you're gonna miss out on. If it wasn't for you, Joe Casey, I'd missed out on Splatterhouse, I feel like. So again, super, super good looking for that. I appreciate that. Say Bullet Witch is definitely going to be collectible. I agree. I think Bullet Witch is definitely going to be collectible. It's kind of one of those niche games. It wasn't a super bad game, but it was kind of mediocre. Released by the same developer who made the Nier games, at least the first Nier anyway. Cavia is the name of the developer, I believe. So yeah, Bullet Witch will definitely be collectible. And it's kind of like the voice acting is kind of like that. That cringy, but like cringy in a good way, like Capcom, like Sega style, dialogue. And so, yeah, I think it's definitely going to be, that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle one. Oh yeah, the Reshell remake. Yeah, it's been delisted. I do want to get that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle game that came out for the 7th generation. It got 8th gen remasters too. So I would like the PS4 version, the one that was made by Platinum Games. That game was awesome. I played that over a friend's house, and I never bought it, but I definitely want to grab that one. Is that boba really good? What other flavors does that spot have? Oh, so this, yeah, like I said, this one here is the mango passion fruit. My go-to, I usually get the black sugar milk tea. So that one's really good. They also do shaved ice there, but yeah, they do all kinds. We got this. We have a Boba Zone right down the street from it, and then right down the street from it we have Kung Fu Tea. So we got a lot of good boba places like near my house, which is fantastic. Platinum Games, yeah, that one's delisted also. Yeah, luckily that one got a physical release though. But one that I'm still mad about is the Legend of Korra game that came out on the 360. That one's delisted. You can't download it anymore, which sucks because Legend of Korra is awesome. And yeah, it's again, good old, yeah, that's why I try to get physical anytime possible. Armor Core 5 for the PS3. I don't have Armor Core 5. I need to get that one, Armor Core 5 and Armored Core 5 Verdict Day. I know exactly what you're talking about. I love the Armor Core games. And so why I don't have those yet, I don't know. I was kind of put off by it, though, because I wanted to get them on the Xbox 360. So I Armored Core 4 and Armored Core 4 Answer on the Xbox 360 and PS3. Armored Core 4 Answer is my favorite Armored Core in the series, and that's the one where you fight the Arsenal fronts, which are huge, like level size, like mechs. You know, you fight these giant bosses, and like it's a fantastic experience to take one of those guys down. And the first time I played that on the PlayStation 3, as soon as I started approaching the boss, like the frame rate literally dropped to single digits. It was actually absolutely atrocious. It was unplayable. But then so I traded that in, and then I ended up seeing it on the Xbox 360. I'm like, man, let me check it out on the 360. And once I got back to that mission and took on the Arsenal front, smooth as butter. So that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of games, like the cell processor and the hardware of the PlayStation 3 was better on paper, but in practice, the Xbox 360 had the better games because it was easier for the developers to work with. It's kind of like the Saturn and the PS1. The Sega Saturn was definitely like a more powerful system on paper, but you can't tell me that the 3D on the Saturn was better than the 3D games on the PS1. Like it just wasn't the case. So let's see. You can't go wrong with any kind of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle game. I'm pissed I don't have any NES or copies. Yeah, actually, that's one of the few Genesis games I have. I do have Ninja Turtles Hyperstone Heist on the Genesis. So that's a really fun game. That might be a game I could part with, though, at some point because, again, I don't have a huge nostalgia for it. It's something that I can easily emulate. And that might be a game that I give away with a subscriber, a subscriber milestone or something like that. Let's see. But yeah, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle games on the SNES were fantastic. Like, yeah, Turtles in Time and playing in the arcade. Yeah, like just that experience. I would love to get the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cabinet from 1UP at some point. I got this 1UP arcade that's got the Final Fight one, but it's one of the early ones, and it's not built very well at all. It's pretty janky, in fact. Like, it has some issues that I probably need to like take it back in or whatever, but I'm gonna probably just have somebody in town kind of like fix it up for me and get it working right. But yeah, like I said, my homeboy Julian scooped that up for me when Walmart was blowing those out for $50. So I'm like, a $50 1UP arcade? Yeah, let me go ahead and scoop that up. And then this guy in town, he bought a bunch of them and he started trying to flip them for like 130 a piece. I'm like, that's a dick move. So my homeboy is like, hey man, I found an extra one. Like if you want it, man, I'll grab it for you. You can just pay me 60 because for gas or whatever. I'm like, bet. Like, so that was a good look right there. But let's see. I was just playing Front Mission Evolve the other day. Kind of disappointed they decided to go the Armored Core route as opposed to the turn-based tactical. And yeah, honestly, I kind of want to get it for that. But yeah, I know what you mean because Front Mission 3 on the original PlayStation, like I love Front Mission 3 from back in the day. So yeah, they did kind of modernize it and kind of make it more, but I still need to buy that. I don't think I have that. I do want to get it though. Yeah, Mutants in Manhattan for 31 bucks. And yeah, that's definitely worth it. That's definitely going to be an expensive game one day. I want to get the PlayStation 4 version. And then once I haven't heard of that. Oh, Lucha Libre here. Oh, okay, yeah, I have heard of that. Was that released physically? Or is that another delisted one for PS3? All I need now is Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Reshelled HD remake, but that's impossible now. Yeah. Yeah, I was sleeping on Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles games for a while. So yeah, I would definitely like to go back and try some of those. Again, that that Mutants in Manhattan, like I said, Platinum Games, they never disappoint when it comes to the third person like action adventure, the hack and slash stuff. Like they never disappoint. So I know the game is dope. I know the presentation is going to be awesome. It's probably going to have that cheesy dialogue like Sega and Capcom does. It's going to have some cool one-liners and stuff like that. So I already know the game is good. And if it's got some multiplayer too, like me and my girl can play it, that's icing on the cake out there. Let's see. Let me look at another. So yeah, it's a wrestling game and it's a physical. Oh, yeah. Okay, so okay, it did come out for the physically. Okay, that game is probably expensive now. Joe Casey, I was watching one of your videos the other day. That Rambo game. I did not realize that Rambo game had gotten so expensive, man. Like it's crazy because I agree with you. I think like as far as like light gun games, and you were talking about using the little pistol here, like using this or the rifle attachment, which the rifle attachment is the way to go. But yeah, using the rifle attachment, like it's a competent, like, you know, it's a good competent like on rail shooter. Like, but people just panned it. Like I don't know if they were expecting like I guess they were expecting like some huge like blockbuster game, but like I said, it's a competent light gun game in an era where light gun games are scarce. You know what I mean? So yeah, of course that game, now that I think about it, of course that game was going to shoot up in price, but I didn't think about it at the time and I don't own it anymore. That was one that I got rid of, which I don't know why, because it's a move game. I don't know why I got rid of it. I think I just traded it in because there was something else I wanted at the time. So I got like games like, I can get these later. I'll just get them again later. I traded in a bunch of games at one point and didn't get that one back. So I need that Rambo game. It got terrible reviews because people played it. And yeah. And that's what Joe Casey was talking about. Why would you play light gun games on the controller anyway? Like light gun games on the controller is never as fun as using the actual peripheral, like, you know, so I mean, yeah. But yeah, you're right. It got terrible views, and that's probably why. But as Joe Casey pointed out, if you use like the rifle attachment and stuff like that, the game is killer, like killer. PS3 is really fun with the move sharpshooter. Absolutely, man. I need to get another sharpshooter. Actually, in my town, there's a ton of them. Hey, Slump God is in the house. What's going on, boss? How you been, man? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, man. We just out here, man, talking about some games, some recent pickups. Anything else y'all want to talk about? We talking about that as well. That said, I'm at an hour and 47 minutes, so I'm gonna try to stop around the 2 hour mark. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. But like I said, I'm digging my background right now. I was trying something new, and I like what I got here, and I like what I got with the orange too. So I might have to film a proper video after this. Film a proper video with this color scheme. But I do enjoy this, so I might have to rock that. But yeah, other than that, Slump, we just out here chilling. Sorcery still, oh my god, Sorcery is my favorite move game of all time, bro. Sorcery is literally what the Harry Potter game should have been. You know what I mean? Like, that is a fantastic game. Sorcery, I'm definitely going to talk about that one when we get into this thing. Thinking of grabbing Rambo. Lightsaber is making poor today. Yeah, man, there's a lot of heavy hitters playing the hell out of Mass Effect. You playing the remake? How is that? So yeah, Ricky. Yeah, man. It's like I said, it's a lot of. But I put, somebody had mentioned in one of my videos to say, I know you mean well, but scalpers are watching your video too, and they're just gonna go out and scalp these, and that might be true to a certain extent. But the reason why I make hidden gems videos and I talk about games that are rising in price is not to be part of the hype and to play into the pandemonium and things like that. I do it because I want you guys to know that these games are out there. So if you see, you know what I'm saying, you see like one of these crazy games land in a pile for $1, you know what I'm saying, you see the Simpsons in a bargain bin somewhere, if you're wondering if it's, worth grabbing, then you can grab it, you know what I mean? So you can protect yourselves, And so okay, he said it's amazing. He recommends it. Yeah, man, I'm definitely gonna have to grab it because I never grabbed the Mass Effect trilogy on the 7th gen systems, and that one was going up in price. But with this remaster, we'll see that one drop in price again, probably down to below $30. So I'll definitely grab the new one. But yeah, what I was saying, man, like it's just like knowledge is power. Like, and if you know what's out there, then you'll be better equipped when you go out, garage selling or whatever the case. And you could be at a store or, and see something for cheap and not realize what it is and just pass it on by, for some mainstream game or whatever the case. And like I said, like it's good for you to know that. Like Metal Jesus Rocks, like watching his Hidden Gems videos throughout the years, he put me onto a lot of stuff that I got ahead of time, like all my PS my folklore, my puppeteer, my Shadows of the Damned, my 3D Game Heroes, like all those games like that I've found from watching his videos. I got those years and years ago before they got expensive, and just it's good to be put onto this stuff so you know what's out there. So if you find it cheap, you know what I'm saying, you find Rule of Rose in a bargain bin somewhere or find it at a garage sale, you know what I mean, like you can know that game they're selling for $10 is actually an $800 game, so it's important, like screw the scalpers, like just don't pay the price, you know what I mean, like that's how you beat the scalpers. Like you don't buy into the hype, like Joe Casey tells you guys all the time, he puts you on to what's rising in price and puts you onto the hidden gems, but what does he always say? Stay off of eBay. Don't pay that price for that game, because if you don't pay the price, the scalpers eventually they're going to be sitting on the game. They're going to have to offload it at some point and try to get their money back. So they'll drop the price. But there's always, what we saw with the closing of the PlayStation Store, the prices went up. The prices are up now because people were paying that price on eBay. When the scalpers was saying $100, people was giving them $100. And so what people were posting on eBay, that became the actual sell price, and that's what was going at these auctions and stuff like that. And so people played into the pandemonium. But like Rule of Rose, like I'm not looking for that game on eBay. I'm not going to look for that game on eBay. But if I ever see it at a garage sale or at a flea market or something like that, and somebody doesn't know what it is, I'm snatching it up. And I know to snatch that up because I watch these YouTubers who put me onto that stuff. So like I said, guys, don't get it confused. Like we're not making these videos to feed into the hype or whatever, or trying to drive prices up, so we can have like expensive collections and this and that. Like I could give a shit less about that. Honestly, my collection, because I don't collect Genesis games, Super Nintendo games, stuff like that. My collection honestly was not very valuable. It only got valuable like in the last 6 months, because that's what I was collecting when everybody was buying Super Nintendo games. Everybody was buying Earthbound. I was buying shit like this for $8.99. You know what I mean? So, like I didn't buy these games, thinking that my collection was going to be expensive. I bought them because, it's on a system I like. It's the style of game I like to play, and I just wanted to grab it before it disappeared. Like that's all I'm thinking usually at the time. So it's like, I mean, there you have it. Like again, like Joe Casey, he does the same thing, but he always tell you, I'll be paying them damn prices. But like we just told EE, you find Folklore for $60, snatch it for $60 because from watching our videos, Folklore is like a $90 game. So you find it at a cheaper price, go ahead and grab it. And, EAE knows that, that's a good deal. The price is only going to go up for here. And like I said, he's paying $60 for it. But a year from now, when Folklore is $200, $60 don't sound too bad, So let's see, going on with the comments, like, let's see. Okay, so he says, okay, I'd rather smaller channels do hidden gems videos than mega channels. And that's true. Like the smaller channels doing it, like we don't get watched by a lot of people. Like, you know what I mean? So us doing it is better than having Metal Jesus Rocks do it. But again, Metal Jesus Rocks, I'm sure, is doing it for the same reason. He's not doing it to gain something out of it. Like, you know, and Radical Reggie, he made a point years ago on one of their videos that I watched, like these game companies, like they don't want their games to be hidden gems. Like people make games and, you know, their dream is for the game to be enjoyed by everybody, to be sought out by everybody and be critically acclaimed and whatever the case. And so, you know, everybody wants to make the, you know, the next Mass Effect game, but it's not always the case, you know? So, I mean, it is what it is, but just because they don't have the funding or the backing, you know, to do it, that doesn't mean it's not a good game and that it shouldn't be praised by everybody. But there's so many games that they fall through the cracks and whatever the case, and you know, it is what it is. So the people who are complaining about that are the scalpers that are the problem. Yeah, again, like if you don't want to pay, you know, like I said, if you don't want to pay $800 for Rule of Rose, don't buy Rule of Rose at $800. Like I said, but you know the value in that game. So if you see somebody else slip it in, and it's not like you're getting over on them. If you see somebody selling Rule of Rose for $5 at a garage sale or whatever the case, because the thing about value is that it varies depending on the person. This person, if it's like their son's game or whatever the case, they don't give a care. Like that game has no value to them. So if they could sell it for 5, 10, 20 bucks, like that's a win in their book. Like I come across comic books all the time. I don't read comic books. I don't care about comic books at all. Comic books have no value to me whatsoever. But if I come across a comic book and I can sell it to my homeboy who likes comic books and I can use that money to get a game that I'm going to get value out of, then cool, whatever. Like I don't feel like I've been, you know, slighted in any way or whatever the case, you know. So like if I know the comic book is, you know, more rare or more sought after, then cool. But if I don't, that's cool too. Like it doesn't matter. Like because I don't place value in things like comic books. I just don't, you know. But now, like I said, my homeboy Scott from Retro Rivals, I know he's a huge comic book head, and we have a really good comic book scene down here. So if I ever come across anything that he might find valuable that I can find for cheap, I was let him know, hey man, like you heard of this comic book, what's going on? You know, and then I'll send it to him. He can have it. You know what I'm saying? If he want to send me a game that I don't have in my collection or whatever the case, you know, if he's up there in Canada, he sees games that are common up there that aren't common here, you know, whatever. So let's see. What am I missing here? Because I'll be ranting out here. Turok is a really good game. The 7 Gen Turok. That is one that I'm actually looking for, and I see it relatively common around here, and it's still like $10 in my neck of the woods. So I do need to grab that at some point because that's a really good first person shooter to add. Probably get it on the 360 because of the type of game it is. Although scalpers have their place in the community, even though people don't want to hear that. It's true, man. Like, yeah, it's true. Like they even have their place. Again, you don't have to give them all that power by spending all that money on those games, but people do it. So, I mean, you can't blame the scalpers. Can you really? Like, yeah, they drive the prices up or whatever the case, but if people are willing to pay, you know what I mean? Like, is it really the scalper's fault? Like, they're not forcing anybody to pay that high ass price, you know? So, you know, interesting. They actually go to his house even in COVID season. Wait, EAE, I missed that. They actually go to whose house even in COVID season? Get back to me on that. Let's see. Rambo is too high. The cheapest one is from Germany, but isn't that PAL? So luckily on the PS3 is region free. So you can get that German version of Rambo and be A-okay. It'll play on your system. And for the most part, there's very few games that have issues going cross region like that. So the PS3 is region free. So that's another way to look at it too, guys. Like if you can find the PAL versions, usually the PAL version is also in English, like the North American version. So if you're here in North America and you try to get an import to save some money, the PAL versions usually have that. Or even a game like Rambo like Rambo, do you really need that to be in English? Like, are you playing that game for the storyline? Really? You know what I mean? So if you can find a cheap Japanese copy, just get the Japanese copy. It's the same game, the same gameplay. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not going to be in English. But I mean, it's not like they got Sylvester Stallone to voice Rambo anyway. It's not like the voice acting is going to be like phenomenal anyway in a game like that. And again, that's not why you play the game. You don't play it for the voice acting or the story. Play it for the gameplay, shooting your gun and targeting enemies. And all versions do that just fine. So there's no reason why you should pay, $80, $100 for the US version. We can get the Japanese version for like $20. That's just my take. If you got to pay that international shipping, which is like $15, $20, that's still $40 versus $100. Like, cool. Like, if I really want it that bad, like, yeah, I'll just do that. So, let's see. I lucked out and picked up Folklore at GameStop for much cheaper. Yeah, and honestly, GameStop is usually the last to catch on to that stuff. Like, Folklore, I got my copy at GameStop too, and I got my copy for $13.49. I paid the same price as Joe Casey did. I saw his video. I was like, damn, we must have got that around the exact same time. So that's pretty crazy. And I think I got that at the time for like a 4 for 20 or 4 for 32. So yeah, I got on them prices. But was another one, Operation Darkness. Like Operation Darkness, I got for, let's see, hold on. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that silence. I was looking for it here. So yeah, like GameStop, Operation Darkness, that's what I paid for Operation Darkness, $4.49. And that's crazy. Like GameStop is usually the latch on to these rising prices. Here's another one, rare on the Xbox 360. Raiden Fighter Aces, $16.19 is what I paid for that game. Games like Raiden Fighters 2, and Raiden Fighters Jet. So like it's got like 3 games all in one. And like I said, GameStop is usually, but that's another thing that people don't realize. In the rising prices of these 7th-gen games, the prices are going up because you can't get them at GameStop anymore. And that's the problem. Like if you could still walk into GameStop and find these at that price, like they wouldn't be so expensive, much more accessible. The fact that it's hard to find them in the wild, that's what's driving up the prices. It just so happens that GameStop is phasing them out at the same time as we had this scare with the PlayStation store. So it was like this perfect storm of events that happened all at once that's really causing these 7th-gen prices and PS3 in particular to shoot up in price. But like Joe Casey said, even the Wii prices are starting to go up. The Wii U prices, which had come back down, they're starting to shoot back up again. It was on the Wii U, there was only like 5 or 6 games that was in that upper, to 150 plus in price. And now like a lot of the Wii U games are starting to shoot up in price. Even the ones that saw ports on the Switch, which is crazy. Even games that you can also Switch, but for the few games that you can't, that are only on the Wii U, yeah, those games are crazy in price. So he said, Folklore, I saw it immediately. I hopped on the opportunity. Absolutely, man. Like I said, GameStop be slipping all the time. And even if you find Folklore, if Folklore showed up in GameStop now, it probably still wouldn't be that expensive because, like, again, PlayStation 3 games and Xbox 360 games, they have no value to GameStop. Like GameStop is literally like destroying the cases now. They're doing that like they did with the PSP back in the day. Like, they don't care about them games. Like I said, they just want to be done with them. Eventually, they're going to stop accepting them for trade, and that's going to make the prices shoot up even more because they're all in on, 9th generation and 8th generation and Funko Pops. So they're trying to clear up their stores for that. So it's like you go on the GameStop now, it's like they don't even want to have those games on a shelf. Like they just got a little section for them. They're kind of like scattered around the store, like in these like weird random places. Like, yeah. So he says, yeah, you can play. Yeah, like I said, the PlayStation 3 is region free, so you can play all that. There's a bunch of there's a couple of PS3 games that I want to get from Japan, and I'm not huge into imports, but like I said, since the PS3 and PS4 luckily are region free, which is something that Xbox. That's like I said, I praise Microsoft for their attention to backwards compatibility, but you guys need to open up that region. I would love to get like some games like Death Smiles 2 and things like that on the Xbox 360 and Xbox One and all that, but can't do it, at least not easily, so I don't even try. But yeah, there's definitely some games that I want that only came out in Japan for those systems. Maximilian's friends go to his house and they're all like 40. I'm jealous of his life. Oh, I don't even know who that is. Maximilian. See a famous YouTuber like in the video game space. He might the name sounds familiar actually. So probably is somebody I've watched. Let's see. Buy PAL versions most definitely. Absolutely. Like I said, it's the same damn game. And those are usually the second to rise in price, like Blood Will Tell. Even when Blood Will Tell got expensive, like the PAL version of Blood Will Tell was more akin to the Japanese version. I think even still you can get those for under $200, which is a lot of money. Don't get me wrong, but considering that the American version of Blood Will Tell is creeping up on 400 right now, you know what I mean? Like to get them half price and it's the same game, like, So a Germany version of Rambo will work. Will it play in English? Most likely, yes. Most of the PAL versions are in English. Like most of them are in English. And again, even if it's not, like, I mean, if you really just want to play it for the experience, you're not going to miss much because that's not a game that, again, they don't have any of the original people like voice acting in the game. The voice acting isn't even that great. The story is pretty cookie cutter and very shallow. Like the story is not that great. That game you play for the, just the action, just the shooting action. So yeah, you aren't missing much, even if it is in German. If it's in German, learn some German, the Deutsch. So yeah. I bought Painkiller Hell and Damnation from the Power Region. Same game in $20. That is one I've been hearing about, and I want to check that one out. I don't think I own that one though, and that one I think is expensive now. So again, PAL, like on the PS3 is region free. So yeah, I definitely would get the PAL version. PAL version, buying PAL for 360 will save you tons if you're a PS3 collector. Yeah, for sure. The only problem is, like the Xbox 360 isn't region free, so you got to do some finagling to be able to play those games. But you got the stuff, then good to go. Let's see, what else am I missing here? If they don't have the language options in the game, they wouldn't be able to. That's all up to the localization process. That's true. And yeah, so that's true. Usually it's not a big deal for them to add that, but that's not the case all the time. Actually, that Tenchu game I was talking about earlier, it never came out in America, but you can buy the PAL version, and it is in English, but Rikimaru doesn't sound like how you think Rikimaru would sound like. And they say weird things, like he'll say like "en garde," like when he's about to fight somebody, and that's like very European. You can hear some of the vernacular and stuff that the Europeans use, so it's kind of funny, but like I said, it's all right. Let's see, buying power. Okay, I'll rate that. If they never localized it to have English voice actor and English subtitles, then it won't likely have it available in that language. And yeah, probably most likely it will at least have English subtitles, because even a lot of Japanese games that are in Japan, like they'll have the subtitles in English, or they'll have an English subtitles option. So I'm sure the PAL versions, for the most part, from what I understand from most PAL games, they have even English voice acting. So let's see. Nintendo games never go on sale. Nope. That's why I don't even pay attention to Nintendo. I really don't. He said Operation Darkness, starring Charlie Murphy. Said BOL. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Operation Darkness. LOL Funko Pop Shop. Yeah, man, they becoming a Funko Pop shop. One thing I do like about games, I do like that they're trying to cater to the streamers and kind of having that equipment in there, so you can go buy like ring lights and like the little LED mice for your computers, and they got the light up keyboards and stuff like that. So I like that they have more of that stuff. I'm not really into that. I'm not that type of streamer, like a Twitch streamer, like a YouTuber that just primarily has streaming games on content. But that's cool that they did that, that they do that. But like I said, they do go overboard with the swag, like as far as having the Funko Pops and like the little like Star Wars like wallets and like all the apparel that they have. Like, man, they definitely have more of that stuff in the store than actual video games, which is crazy to me because the place is named GameStop. Like, where the games at? Like, some of the GameStops here in town have no games in them. Like, it's crazy. Like, they'll have like some tiny ass shelves and literally have like between all consoles, like have maybe a total of like 100 titles, maybe 150, and then everything else is just swag. Like, it's pretty ridiculous to see. Oh, Maximilian dude. Okay, yeah. Okay, I knew that sounded familiar. I'm not subscribed to him, but I know he has like 1 million subs or something like that. Super popular guy. He said I haven't been inside GameStop since the Sega Genesis era. Yeah, man. I don't want to go to GameStop, but that's like for me in my area, they definitely got the best selection for PS4 games right now. And so since I'm really starting to get into collecting for PS4, like, man, I got to F with them. I didn't want to. After that whole debacle with that My Hero Academia game they try to pull on me on my birthday, I'm like, I'm so done with y'all. I have not renewed my GameStop subscription though. But even that, like, I feel like I kind of got to because I got a bunch of like points, like rewards points. I think I got something like 50 or 60,000 rewards points with GameStop right now. So I'm like, damn, like I feel like I got to do that too, which I can use some of those points to renew the subscription. So it won't cost me anything out of pocket, but still I'm mad about it. Let's see. Yeah, he's well known in the FGC, but he plays a lot of games outside of fighting games, but fighting games is what drew people to him. I see. I wish I had a Jaguar and 3DO in the early 2000s when they were cheap. Yeah, man. Yeah, a lot of those systems, like, yeah, and Jaguar, and again, like Jaguar and 3DO games, like, they're so expensive now. Like, I'm not collecting for those. For the most part, you can emulate those games easy. So that's the route I'm going to take. Like, because I'm not paying $200, $300. So those, like the Jaguar and 3DO, like those systems were like okay, but like gameplay, like as far as the libraries, their libraries weren't that strong. There's a few good titles on each that I would like be interested in playing, and then but you can just emulate those. So that's what I'm about to do. Let's see. Like I said, it's cool. I have a TurboGrafx 16 over there, and I do got some really good games from my TurboGrafx 16. But I kind of would rather have the TurboGrafx Mini. I kind of want to sell my TurboGrafx 16 and its collection because that's about probably $400, $500 worth of stuff. I got the box for it and all that. The box is probably like a 6 out of 10 box, but the box is still pretty decent. It's got the styrofoam with it. The styrofoam, some of it is in bad shape. It's kind of deteriorated, but still, like, so I got the TurboGrafx 16 complete, and I got some really good games for it. So I could probably sell all that for $400 or $500 and get that digital one. So I definitely do want that, and I always wanted to get a Neo Geo X, the gold edition. Like, I always wanted one of those, and there was somebody in my town in one of my groups. He was selling one for $200, and then I'm like, oh, bet, and then he just ghosted me. So I don't know what that was about. But so that was the closest I ever got to getting a Neo Geo X. That's still on my list to get, and it's not fantastic, but I like it for the aesthetic. I got the little mini Neo Geo, like the arcade one that came out like a year, and I scooped one of those up at a pawn shop. It was complete. I bought it for $60 before. I think they're kind of expensive now. I do want to get the controller that goes with it because those are rising in price. Those are like $40, $50 now, but I'm gonna have to bite the bullet and buy one of those, or probably two. But let's see. Garrett Spencer's in the house. What's going on, boss? I need to go back and check out your channel. I missed your Saturday shoutouts video. I didn't see what topic you were talking about this weekend, but I'll definitely go back after this and check that out. Let's see. Boy says I never renewed mine either. You're not alone. Yeah, when the pandemic hit, I stopped hitting them up. Yeah, for sure. When the pandemic hit, I didn't go anywhere for a while. And so, yeah, I was really just in my backlog at that point. I've only been collecting like in the last like couple of months. Let's say my Wi-Fi is low. I hope I'm not super glitchy to you guys right now. So let me know if I'm glitching out. Not that I can do much about it, but I hope it's playing okay. Checking myself out on the tube real quick. So I don't know if there's anything. I guess if anything, I can disconnect some stuff. I got a lot of stuff on my Wi-Fi, I think, right now, so I can do that. So dang, somebody gave me a dislike for the live stream. Like, dang. Dang, I can't get a like for the live stream. Yeah, I'm starting to freeze a little bit. I apologize for that. Again, we got storms in the area. This is our like rainy season. So yeah, we just out here. They blew my damn phone up about my Doom Eternal and Ghost of Tsushima pre-orders. I didn't answer. I opted to get them off Amazon instead. Yeah, man, they be tripping. Like, it sucks, man. Like, I hate their and like I said, it's not. I gotta just keep reminding myself it's not the fault of the employees. Like, man, they just doing what their company tell them to do. But God, like, their company sucks. Like, but I get it though. Like, I get it. Like, it's not good, but so looking at myself now, I seem to be doing okay. So I guess I'll keep this as a reference. But sorry about if I'm lagging up to you guys. Like I said, the storms, I can't really do anything about that, unfortunately. Hey, old ass retro gamers in the house. What's going on, boss? Waves and Games still in the house. Pico, their pre-orders are a scam. I swear, you can pre-order the game for $5 cheaper, but then you actually buy the game release day, the taxes will end up making you spend $60 anyway. Yeah. You really just paying for the taxes ahead of time, unless you put like $30 or $40 down or whatever. Then it's just like whatever. When I couldn't find a PS5, I dislike every video where someone got one. The life of a hater. Yeah, man. Like I said, I don't know. I'm not on the PS5 train yet or the Xbox Series X. Eventually, I will get hyped for those and I will adopt those systems, but I'm not going to do it for a long time. I feel like I think I heard that the PS5 was getting a type of redesign. I think it's going to lose some of the bells and whistles, but man, I just need a smaller. Can I get like a PS5 Slim? So when they drop the PS5 Slim, I'm going to snatch that up. Yeah, I wouldn't pay $25 or I wouldn't pay $300 for it either. Yeah, man, ROMs is the way to go, man, on some of these older systems, because I mean, especially as they disappear from the wild, as the collectors who are really about them scooped them up. Like what's the other one? Like Sega CD, like a lot of the Sega CD games. I would just, ROM the F out of those. Like, I'm not paying that for Popful Mail. Like, I'm not paying whatever that game's going for. That might be 1,000 plus at this point, but like, why pay that when you can just get a ROM of it? And I could put it on my Sega Genesis Mini and stuff, like, so I could feel like, so I get the experience kind of, I always just pay off a pre-order when I put it on the pre-order. Yeah, that's what I say. If you're going to get a pre-order, you might as well just pay the whole thing, because very few people like, and that's what I do. Like, I'll put $5 down. I'll put some more on it later. And then I never do. You know what I mean? So like you said, I end up paying the taxes and everything. So it'd be new price anyway. All the pre-order does, the $5 pre-order is just to get you locked in. You know what I mean? That's all it is, to get you locked in. So if you're looking to buy, then that's what they count on. People just putting $5 down. $5, that's not much. And I'm guaranteed a copy of the game. Like, very few times, like in current history, has games just a new game come out and it's so popular that it's just sold out everywhere. Like that doesn't really happen that much anymore anyway. So, you know what I mean? Like it doesn't matter. Like I can go out day one and buy these games anyway if I want to do that. I don't really need to pre-order to do that. You know, they just locking you in so you make sure you spend the money with them when the time comes. You said I added all the Sega CD games I wanted on my modded OG Xbox. Yeah, man, like the OG Xbox still, in my opinion, the GOAT as far as like modding. The Wii is very easy to mod. That's another good system. The Wii U is another good system, you know. And like I said, you can hold the entire libraries of some of these older systems on there. Like, and they like for the most part, ROMs now are really good. Like they play pretty much exactly like they're supposed to. And, you know, you get stuff like save states and stuff also. So, you know, I don't get why these retro games are high priced. Like it just be like that, man. It's just the demand for them. Like, you know, I said in a recent video, fairly recent, that, you know, I talked about, you know, the early 2000s and how at the time the people who were into the Atari 2600 had come of age, you know, during the turn of the century. And so when eBay first popped off, you know, like they were selling Atari 2600s for like $200, you know, and you have to pay a high price for Atari games. And that's not the case anymore because all of those people are now in their 50s and, you know, they already bought all the stuff they want. All the Atari games they want. And in some cases, they lost interest again and sold all their stuff again. And so everybody who's got Atari stuff, for the most part, already has it. Everybody who wants it, I should say, already has it. So everything that's out there now is just people just trying to get rid of it. So like Atari prices are super cheap. And my theory is that we'll see, you know, in the next 10 years, something happen with the NES and the Super and all those 16-bit systems. You know, all those people will be in their 50s in the next 10, 15 years, and they'll already have that stuff. Some of them may die off, unfortunately. I hate to say that, but, you know, or something, circumstances may force them to sell it, or, you know, they come in the hands of their children who, oh, I don't care about these old games. Garage sale, $1 a game. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to get that, you know, that new Fortnite. You know, I'm trying to get some V-Bucks. Like, here you go. Like, so I suspect that they will drop in price. But that being said, something interesting, and Joe Casey talked about how the 7th gen could be the most, you know, expensive system. Like, and that could be the case, especially if we see the end of physical media. So think about it. What if the 10th generation systems are all digital, and they just don't make physical games anymore? If that's the case, then in a lot of ways, we'll probably see fewer remasters that way. And I think a lot of these games will stay expensive. And so that's an interesting thing to think about, to see how that will affect, you know, the ebb and flow of video games, you know, their popularity and their supply demand over the generations. So, look at the price of Atari. JK, you're already talking about it. Yeah, man. Let's see. Pop Room was released at $300. See, that's probably why you can only buy your pre-order from the store you pre-ordered at. Yeah, and that didn't used to be the case. Back in the day, you could pre-order from any GameStop store and then go pick it up at any GameStop store. But yeah, they did get rid of that, I think. Let's see. Every GameStop can't be a prestige store, so they got to pull in the money to their individual stores in some kind of way. Yeah, and that's true. And I'm sure that they're under a lot of pressure from, you know, their regional managers and this and that, like, oh, the sales got to be this, and you got to see this increase in profit and da 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 da. So like, it's a lot. It happens at the store manager level, and, you know, to keep their jobs and whatnot, like they, you know, they do what they can to get the sales in. So, and I mean, they're not only other competing with other retail chains, but they're competing with themselves as well. Like in our area, like in the metro area here, we have probably like 20, 24 GameStop stores. And like I said, they're all competing with each other. So yeah, they try to do what they can out here. See, would you stream some classic PS3 hidden gem games check out some gameplay. Yeah, I could definitely do that so we can look at some of the gameplay. Yeah, I got my Slim on there, so I might do that. I'll make a point to do that one night this week. And so, what games do y'all want to see me stream on PS3? So just let me know down below. I'll take suggestions right off this queue here, and if I own the game, then I'll use it. So, like, you guys decide. Maybe like a Wednesday or Thursday or something, I'll stream some PS3 games, and so yeah, that'll give me time to make sure they're all on the hard drive. So when I put the game in, I don't have to worry about it downloading and updating and all that stuff. Lair, I have Lair. Wait, when could you pre-order at one GameStop and pick up from another? When I worked there in 0405, we had a box full of pre-order receipts to verify the person. Yeah, I don't know if that's interesting. Because here in Kansas, like, that was something you definitely could do. I definitely could pre-order from the GameStop in the mall and then go pick it up at 21st and Woodlawn closer to my house when the time came. Like, I definitely could do that. Zybalba says, Folklore. Say EAE can never go wrong with dragons. Okay, like I said, and Lair has been in my backlog for a while. I've heard people tell EAE, I think it was you that told me that it was actually a really good game. And like I said, it's since been patched and all of that. So I'm sure it's not as awful as it used to be. So let me stack these up here. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Lair did shoot up in price one of these days. Like I said, it looks cool. Like just looking at the gameplay on the back and stuff, like it looks like a cool game. They were really, pushing the 6-axis, move function and stuff like that people really weren't about at the time. And then they patched it so you didn't have to use the gyroscopic controls to control it. I know that. And they added DualShock support and all that good stuff. So yeah, I'm for it. It's got Lair, I got Folklore, so I'll put Folklore in the pile. Lollipop Chainsaw, I can put that in the pile. Lair in my backlog too. Yep, so we'll see. Let me grab those two. Okay, so right, Lair, Lollipop Chainsaw. That's crazy. Like I said, somebody had told me, like, man, like your games look so ugly, like you got to peel the stickers off. But you know what, man? Like, I like being able to look at Folklore and know that I got that for $13.49. Considering how expensive that game is now, that's kind of just like a little flex for me. Like Lollipop Chainsaw on PS3. $13.99. That's what I paid for it at good old CD Trade Post here in town. So like I said, I'm for that. So that's 3. Splatterhouse. I don't have Splatterhouse at the moment. I'm still looking for that one. But like I said, Joe Casey said he was going to hook it up. I appreciate that again. Like I said, that's super solid, like, of you to do. So, but yeah, I don't have Splatterhouse yet. Put the first EA Skate game. I think I have that, but I think I have that on Xbox 360. I miss okay, my girl turned on the AC. I don't think that's affecting the audio. So that's cool. I was about to turn it on myself. I'm still wearing the sweater you got me. It's a little warm. I love it, though. Oh, I'm sure it is. Like I said, I was about to come turn it on, too, because it's warm down here. I'm wearing the sweater. So, like I said, I got this Wakandan armor. You know what I'm saying? I do good in the hot, in the warm weather, but it is getting a little toasty down here. So, yeah. What am I missing? So, Shadow of the Dam. I could do Shadow of the Dam too. I'll do that too because that's another one. Shadows of the Dam. Let's do it. So we just gonna play all the heavy hitters, and I'll play them, for 30 minutes a piece or whatever the case, just so we can get those in. So yeah, maybe one or two more. Like I said, I might split these up. Maybe I'll pick like a Wednesday or something and just stream each one of these, like each game per week or whatever the case. So I might do that. So yeah, Shadows of Dam, Lollipop Chainsaw, Folklore, and Lair. And then maybe I'll do the same with 362. I was telling Joe Casey my 360 is actually out of commission right now, which is hilarious. I have 3 Xbox 360 consoles and none of them work. That's crazy. The one I play primarily, I think the other one, there's one of them that does work, but it doesn't have any of my information on it, and I don't really want to move all that stuff over. But my main console, the disc tray is stuck. And so they have these little rubber bands in them basically that help slide in and out, and they just wear out over time. And so once they wear out, I've replaced them once before by watching a YouTube video and learning how to do it. So I'll have to do that again, and I can do it. It was kind of a pain in the butt to do, but but because of that, I haven't been able to play that many Xbox 360 games lately. I've been having a real itch to do that. So CA, you're missing out. Love the second one so far. 3 is great. You ever buy games from Best Buy? They have limited run games in stock, but they shut down the Gamers Club Unlock program. I didn't know that they had limited run games there. I did buy. What did I just buy? I bought what's it called? No Man's Sky. The Ultimate Edition of No Man's Sky, because they were selling it for $10. So I definitely scooped that up when I was at Best Buy. I was at Best Buy looking for camera gear. I was like, I'm gonna just stop and see what they got over here. Like I said, the big retailers like Best Buy and Walmart, every now and then you can catch them slipping because they'll just be like liquidating stuff, and you can catch stuff at a crazy price. And of course, unlike GameStop, it's actually new and sealed. So if you get it like that, man, that AC. Oh, okay. Oh, no, I wasn't talking about. Did I say Wi-Fi? I didn't mean AC affecting the Wi-Fi. I was talking about it affecting the audio. So my bad. So yeah, if I said I didn't want it to affect the Wi-Fi, that was my bad. I'm slow. So yeah, I meant the audio, because like I said, on that side of the room, like the utility room is in there where my washer and dryer is, and that's where the AC unit is or whatever. And it sounds like a generator, like it's super loud over there. But hopefully this condenser mic is just picking up the sound right in front of me. So Overlord, do I have Overlord? I have it on the Xbox. I have that on the 360. It's 70 in Philly. Nice. Oh, that's cool, EAE. Are you in Philly? My girlfriend and I, we were thinking about moving to Philly in the next year or so. So I might actually be moving out there. That'd be crazy. It's 69 here in Salt Lake City. How's that possible? Damn, bro. All 3 broke. I never had a 360 go down on me. Like one of them I bought, it was broken. Or there's something wrong with it. It's the Halo Edition one. The Halo Edition one, it has trouble reading disc. So the disc reader on that is acting funky. I need to take it to a local place in town and fix it up. And then I have the R2-D2 Star Wars Xbox 360 as well. And I think that one works, but it doesn't have any of my information on it. I got it super cheap too at a pawn shop, so I didn't so I never like moved my stuff over. Like I have an Xbox 360 Elite, which the Elite is like the hidden gem of like the Xbox 360 consoles, in my opinion, because it can do all of the things that the newer consoles do, like Wi-Fi. You have to get the Wi-Fi adapter, but you can get Wi-Fi abilities with that. It also has a larger hard drive, not as big as the newer Xbox 360 Slims that came out afterwards, but 120 gig hard drive is actually big enough to hold a lot of Xbox 360 games. Mine still isn't full after all these years. I think I still got like 15 gigs left. And it was also backwards compatible. So the 51% of original Xbox games that you could play on the Xbox 360, you can play on this Elite console. And plus, it has the updated motherboard, so you don't have to worry about the red ring of death like you did with the white Xbox 360s that are solid console. But all of those, that has that door, like they're all going to have that problem, and every few years you'll have to switch out the rubber bands in it. And like I said, it's not a hard process. It's kind of hard because you're dealing with small pieces, and like I said, I can pull it open with some needle nose pliers and get that going. And I just haven't done it yet because I'm procrastinating, haven't like really felt like it. So I got 2 out of commission for 360. Yeah, man. They kind of, like I said, like Joe Casey was saying, that with the PS3, they had the PS2 Slim, the PS2 and PS3, they had the PS2 Slim that didn't have a motorized tray. The motorized tray, all of them are going to go out at some point. And like he said, you'll screw around and have a rare game stuck in there. But like I said, with the George Foreman grill is what they call the PS3 Super Slim, because it kind of resembles the George Foreman grill. So with the PS3 Super Slim and with the PS2 Slim, like, the console doesn't even have to be turned on for you to open and shut the case, which I like that. And like he said, it's one less thing you have to worry about breaking, because they all will break. It's inevitable. The only downside to the non-motorized doors is that you're exposed to the little laser reader, and you have to make sure not to get dust or fingerprints on that, because then you'll have trouble reading discs. But as long as you're not an asshole and you're careful about it, and that's no shots to any assholes or, former assholes if you've done that. I've made that mistake. So speaking off of experience here, as long as you're careful when you put the disc in and out, you don't have to worry about touching your laser lens and all that. I remember that was a huge issue on the PlayStation 1. Andre, I'm sure you remember, like, all the issues, like, with not touching the laser sensor and all that stuff. Like, let's see. Hey, I'm playing at the park with my daughter and my phone is dying, so I have to go. All right, Waves and Games, I appreciate you stopping by. Pete, you have a good night. Enjoy the time with your family, and we shall see you in the next go. That's stupid. I'll see you in the next stream, next video, whatever. I'll see you in the next go. Where do I come up with this stuff? See, I just use them for parts. Yeah, because I know you got really adept at like opening systems and rebuilding and stuff like that. I should send you my consoles. And I said, I'm planning on driving out there, man. Asura's Wrath, that's another one. I have that. So and this one, man, that's so crazy. $15 at the pawn shop. I got that right before that shot up in price. Literally like a month before. That was so crazy to me. And like I said, I just bought it just for the hell of it because I already had it on the Xbox 360. But I'm like, man, you know what? But again, it's the controller. I say, you know what? This will probably be more fun on the PS3 with the DualShock controller. So I just bought it. And damn, I'm sure glad I did, because this game, Asura's Wrath, is $90 now. So yeah, it's crazy. Asura's Wrath would be a good stream. Yeah, I got it. So yeah, we'll probably do that first then. I got the Mulana collection for PS4 at Best Buy for $30. I don't know what that is. EAE says don't move to Philly. Why not? What's wrong with Philly, man? Like, tell me something I don't know, man, because now you got me worried. Said don't move to Philly. All we do is grow beards and shoot each other and eat cheesesteaks. Hell no. Baby, you hear that? You trying to get me shot out here? You should move up to KC. See, honestly, I would love to move up to KC. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to go to IKEA. That's what I told my girl. Look, man, we could be going to IKEA, man, instead of getting shot at. You know what I mean? Like, but yeah, I would love to move up to KC. And then I can still drive down here and visit my family on weekends and stuff like that. It's just a little cute 3-hour drive, you know what I mean? Yeah, so I don't know. I don't think so, man. We still debating, but I'm gonna try to tell him, man, Overland Park. We don't even have to. We don't have to move to the Missouri side, okay? Because not to be super political, but you know what kind of state Kansas is, and Missouri is even more so. But that being said, like I still love Missouri, and like I said, being in Missouri, you can go across state to the other side and go visit the Ozarks, so we can get our mountain climbing on, all that good stuff. Said leave the disc in and you have no problem. Okay, let's see. Yes, at rock bottom. Don't forget to put Asura's Wrath aside for streaming day. Like I got my stack right here for streaming day. So right now I got Asura's Wrath, Shadows of the Dam, Lollipop Chainsaw, Folklore, and Lair. That's what we're looking at right now. So yeah, that's where we at. So I'm gonna put those aside. Like I said, I don't know if I'm gonna stream them all in one night. But I might just stream. I might do like a one at a time and play each game for like an hour and a half or something like that. Let's see, bro. Move to the good weather. Like I said, freaking the weather is pretty cool here. Like I like here that we have a summer and we have a winter. Like it's not hot all the time and it's not cold all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like if I was up in Minnesota, like winter is like 2 weeks long and the hottest it gets is like 65 degrees type stuff. Like, you know, I'm not really with that. Like I do like that it's cold in the winter and it's hot in the summer. So we got distinct, seasons. So I appreciate that here, but the weather is just so crazy being in basically a valley, you know? So... Oh shit! Yeah, HBO's The Wire. Oh, that was Philly, wasn't it? Oh no, baby, we can't move to Philly. Oh no, I forgot about that. Asura's Wrath is the best DBZ game. That's not a DBZ game. Absolutely, you need to stream Way of the Samurai 3 if you can. All right, I could add that. See, damn, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, he says Baltimore is just like Philly. Yeah, I knew Baltimore was rugged, and I ain't really, you know what I'm saying. But like I said, I figure in Philly, just as long as I got Benny Siegel bumping in my car at all times, when I'm down the street, I should be cool. That's what I thought. If I'm listening to, What We Do by Freeway, I got that bumping in the car. I should be cool, But Joe Casey, aren't you in Florida? Sorry, I'm not doxing you, am I? Is that too much on blast? But I know you down south somewhere. I mean, you got the accent, so I know you down south somewhere. But I thought Florida, maybe you was just visiting Florida when you were going to Orlando and all that. Mountain climbing sounds very dangerous. Yeah, I'm not mountain climbing, more like hiking. I'm going to stay near the bottom of the mountain. And as a photographer, I would love to. I don't really do much landscapes. I'm more of a portrait photographer than I am a landscape photographer. But, I can get some dope landscapes out there, make some dope vlogs out there in the wilderness, But yeah, I'm not like climbing a mountain. I ain't doing that. I'll hike on a path for a little bit, but I don't want to go too high because I don't really do heights like that. Move to Cali, my friend, but no red or blue hats or shirts. Man, nah, I'm cool in Cali. Yeah, nah, I got family out there. My Uncle Carl stayed out there, RIP. Let's see. Some call me Johnny, just relocated to Philly or from Philly to Georgia. I'm sure he's glad to get out of that city. Life that comes with living in Philly. Man. Okay, my friend, let's see. Just got a Quest 2. And just get a Quest 2 and play the climb. Garrett said, I saw The Wire. Yeah, man, I forgot about The Wire, man. That was like, there was another like mini series on a HBO called The Corner. I don't know if y'all remember that. It's older than The Wire. It came out like some years before, and it's like that, but like in New York. Said even Benny Siegel got punched. Man, that's facts, man. You can, even the legend, man, and he got slept by the youngsters, man. Like, man, that's facts, man. Even the man, damn, yeah, that's true. Now I was like, damn, that was Meek Mill's crew too. What? I was like, damn, man, the youngsters, man, they done slept beans, like had them laid out. Yo, Lightsaber still grinding on here. How you doing, Bozo? What's going on, boss? And Bozo, you're in one of the. You're in. Are you in one of the Carolinas? Sorry, we're trying to see where everybody's from out here. Garrett, ain't you Garrett? Aren't you in Pennsylvania? Are you in Philadelphia too? I feel like you're in Pennsylvania. Yeah, everybody shout out where y'all from, man. I'm trying to figure it out. As you guys know, I'm right here in the middle of the map in good old Wichita, Kansas. Okay. So, like I said, if you don't want to, you don't have to. Like I said, I know some people don't like posting their city, but I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Oh, shoot. You in Bama. Okay. Then was you in the D, so you can enjoy all 4 seasons. Do you guys have all 4 seasons that far north? I didn't realize you did, but one of my favorite YouTubers, my homeboy Valandis, he's up in Detroit. That's right on. Let's see. You a true millennial talking about bumping Benny Siegel. Hey, facts, man. Facts. Like the hip hop, 90s hip hop, man. That was really the golden era of the genre. Like, yeah, man. Because I remember, like, we used to use that beat to freestyle to all the time in high school. Like, yeah, that song and what's another one? Like, we used to play, like, Southern hip hop really started popping off at that time. So, yeah, we used to rap to like a lot of Dungeon Family stuff, Goody Mob, all that. Yeah, for sure, for sure. But yeah, man, Beans put me on to Philly. Him and like I knew like Will Smith was from Philly, you know what I mean? But during that time, he was more transitioning to movies, his movie career. And like I said, Will Smith get busy too. People be sleeping on him, but he's one of the goats in my opinion. People be sleeping on Will Smith. But you had him out there. You got like Cassidy, like he's one of my probably top 5, top 10 for sure. He might be in my top 5. And honestly, man, you talk about like some of my favorite, like Jadakiss, like Beans was the only one to go at Jadakiss. And really like when they had their back and forth, because nobody messes with Jada with the bars, man. Like 50 Cent tried it. 50 Cent got smoked by Jadakiss. And to this day, 50 Cent, he didn't respond to it. Like after like, I can't remember the name of the song, but yeah, but Jadakiss, but Beans went at Jadakiss, like when he said, "I'm a sun kiss like a soda." Like, come on, man. Yeah, man, he was getting busy. Say, hey, Mr. Telephone, man. But yeah, Garrett, where you at, man? Aren't you in Philadelphia too? Oh, Pittsburgh. Okay, still in Pennsylvania, but okay. Pittsburgh. NPC is in Texas. Hello, everybody here in the chat. Boy, you in North Carolina? Yeah, Bozo, ain't you in North Carolina too, or are you in South Carolina? So that's cool. Like 2 of y'all close together. I don't know how close Philly and Pittsburgh are. I'm sure they're a few hours, but that's what's up. You never been to a beach? I've been to a beach because I went to Port Aransas in Texas last summer, and it's on the Gulf Coast, you know, so they have beaches out there, and it was like a nice like seaport town. It's pretty cool. So that was the only time though. I've been landlocked usually in Kansas like for most of my life. See, I haven't really been anywhere. Like I got family in Oklahoma, so I've been out to Oklahoma. Of course, been to Texas. Been to Texas, of course. I've never even been to Colorado. I've been to Missouri, of course. Never even been to Nebraska. I've been close. Like we got some towns up there that's near the Nebraska border, but I've never gone into Nebraska. So yeah, I ain't gone nowhere. I went to Mississippi as a kid. That sucked. Okay, sorry if you're from Mississippi. Okay, where was we at? Tupelo, Mississippi. That place is ass. Okay, I'm sorry if you're from Tupelo, Mississippi, but in the early 90s, that place was ass. That's all I gotta say. And that's like stepping back in time. I remember we was down there because one of my cousins got locked up down there. He got pulled over and ended up in jail down there. He's down there partying or whatever the case. So we drove down there to go get him out. It was my aunt, Val, R.I.P., my mom, me, and I think some of my cousins, we all drove down there. And I remember we went to talk to the sheriff or like the policeman that was there, and he was some big fat like Dukes of Hazzard dude, like chewing on dip and stuff. And there was a black dude. He was a white guy. There's a black dude there. And he was trying to tell, he was like I don't know if he was a trustee or a deputy or whoever he was, but he was there too. And they was talking to my mom and my aunt about the situation. And the black dude that was there, he like starts trying to mac on my mom. You know what I mean? It's like, oh yeah, where y'all? Oh, y'all from Wichita? Y'all from the big city? Wichita is not a big city, okay? It's not, but it's all right. It's a mid-sized city. But they like, oh, you from the big city and blah 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 blah. They got to talking to my mom, and then I guess the white cop, the sheriff, he got tired of this dude's presence. He was like, hey boy, ain't you got some fishing to do, boy? And he gave the black dude like some change, something like 50 cents or something. Like, why don't you go on down and get you some bait? Why don't you go do some fishing? Like, basically, like, get the F out of my face type of stuff. And so the dude took it. I guess went to go get some bait. Like, it was crazy, man. None of the buildings we went to had AC. It stank down there. Like, I would not recommend it. Atlanta looking like the spot for me. Yeah, dude, like shoot out to Atlanta. It's going down in Atlanta right now. I know a lot of content creators who moved out there. Some of my favorites like Creative Ryan and YC Imaging, like they were from Virginia and they moved out to Atlanta, and it's popping for them right now. Like they in the business of media and shoot music videos, all that stuff really took off for them. Their YouTube channels took off. Being in that big city, like definitely helped like their creative process and as far as finding things to shoot and whatnot. Like, so yeah, like I said, if you can move to a bigger city, I would suggest it. It's just that I don't know, like I'm a homebody. I don't want to leave Kansas and be super far from home. And like I said, Philly sounds like that sounds kind of like a scary place to be. Like for real. It's like moving to New York. I feel like there's a lot of rats there. I'm terrified of rats and mice. So I feel like Philadelphia is a ratty city. You know what I mean? Like, but like I said, I would love to move to Kansas City though. I would be fine with that. Said you should move to O Block in Chicago. I heard it's pretty safe. Yeah, huh? Nah, bruh. Those are yes, I live in. Okay, you live in NC. You were born in Massachusetts. Okay. Heck yeah. So yeah, boy, and Calvin, y'all in the same spot. You know what I'm saying? EAE. You and Garrett in the same spot, pretty close. So, yeah, no, I'm cool on that. What's on my shelf? Hey, welcome to the chat, man. Sorry, I'm falling behind because I'm sitting here ranting off. Yeah, man, we was getting ready to wind down, but what's up? What's on my shelf? Cassidy is underrated. Kiss also, for sure, man, for sure. Like, just straight bars. Like, a lot of the Philly cats, man, like Beans and Freeway, Cassidy, AR Ab, like a lot of them cats, man, straight spitters, man. Like AR, he was freestyling. What did he say? He said, crap, I can't remember. He said, my homeboy leave something said he'll leave you slumped right where you land. A climb through your kid window. He Peter Pan. Like, I was like, what? Like, get out of here, man. Like, the bars is nasty out there. So Pittsburgh is where where Chase Money is. Oh, okay. Gilly the Kid is from. Oh, Gilly is from. Okay, okay. 50 Cent gonna make some change from $1 to wash my clothes. As someone from Philly, when I hear the name Kansas, I think of Wizard of Oz, and that's pretty much it. And that's true, man. Everybody thinks about just like it's wheat fields out here in the Wizard of Oz. And I'm like, damn, man, we ain't like Kansas ain't got nothing. That's the only W we got is the Wizard of Oz. Like that movie came out in 1939. Okay, you telling me that's all the Kansas? Honestly, I'm trying to think, and now I can't think of anything. I'm like, man, we ain't had nobody come out of Kansas, like nothing like that. It's terrible. Yeah, I can't think of anybody that came from Kansas. Wrestling fans, Bobby Lashley, whatever his name is. He from Kansas. He from Junction City. It's about 2.5 hours from where I'm at. That's about it. See, it's a Lightsaber Samurai, the king of game pickups. Now sell me your copy of Fight for New York on the PS2. $250, and it's yours. Not really. So I gotta hold on to that. I just got Vendetta again, which again I thought I owned Vendetta. I don't know what happened to it. Aaron might have it though, so my brother might have it. And if he does, because I know I had a Black Label version, I just have to pick up a Greatest Hits. But I'll give him my Greatest Hits version. I'll take my Black Label back if he got it, because I know I own that game. I know I did. And so I went to go play it, and I'm like, damn, like I can't find it. And so I'm like, I guess I'll buy it. And of course, like literally like the next day, DMX had passed away. And that's what made Vendetta shoot up, because that's the only game that DMX appeared in. Like DMX is in Def Jam Vendetta, but he's not in Fight for New York for some reason. I don't know why. He might have been going through some legal troubles at the time, and maybe they weren't trying to put him in the game because of that. But yeah, DMX is in Vendetta. So when he passed away, that game doubled that day. And I was like, damn, like Georgia has tax breaks for Hollywood. Yeah, it's definitely a good place to film. Like the film industry, like they mess with it. A lot of stuff is shot there for sure. Said I hate mice and rats too. Yeah, man, they scary, bro. I'm not gonna lie, I'm terrified. Say, how you gonna buy fishing gear with pocket change? That cop was tripping, man. But this was like 1992, 93. Something like that, because I was like 8. But I think he just gave him some money to go buy some bait, like worms and stuff like that, to go buy some bait. All cities attract rats, and that's true. That's true, but still, like, I mean, you think about cities like Chicago or Seattle or New York, like they just ratty. They just be on the streets, like running around, scurrying and stuff. Ugh. You don't really see that in Wichita. Like I don't I've seen rats and stuff here, but I don't just be out on the bench and just see them like scurrying by a trash can or something like that. Ugh. Pour some liquor out for AR ad. Man got hit. Yeah, man, he took that charge. Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, 45 years, man. Heck no. And that's too bad, man, because he was on his way up. And I'm not quite sure on like all the situation, but I know there's some accusations going on like that. Because I know Cass and Meek Mill had their little back and forth for a while, which Meek Mill really tried to give it to Cass, but Cass, like, you not beating him in a rap battle. He had that one song though that was getting at Cass. It was pretty dope. But you know what I'm saying? Like, it was the better song, but Raid was the better diss track for sure. Oh yeah, I forgot. Kirstie Alley is from Kansas. Yeah, because her uncle Buck. I talked about that in our previous live stream. I think, or the house we lived in, was a house that she grew up in. Her uncle Buck flips how he's in the real estate business. I'm sure he's passed away by now, because he was like in his 60s like 30 years ago, so he may have passed away already. But yeah, we bought our house on Old Manor that we stayed on. Yeah, my brother's room was her room. My older brother Michael, that was her room when she stayed there as a kid, which is crazy. So Yeah, and she's living here. She in College Hill, chilling. I used to see her at Dillon's all the time when I worked there as a bag boy. And she always used to tip me like $20. So that was cool. So she still got paper, you know. Paul Rudd is from Kansas. Is he really? Did not know that. Say you own Vendetta. It was given to you as a gift. Absolutely. RIP X. Yep. DMX, man, one of the best in the game for sure. Regarding games for DMX, the same thing happened for Kobe games. Yep, that's true. And hopefully those games came down in price since they put him on the cover of the new one. So regarding games with, all those games fell back to 99 cents. The hype didn't last long. Yeah, and that's because they were petitioning to get him on the new 2K game, and they did. And so since he's on the cover of the new the 2K game at the time, all the other ones dropped back down in price. Our non-video game Kobe items still high. Last I knew, for like jerseys and stuff like that, yeah, I think they still fetching a high price. I saw a video of some lady passed out in New York subway and a rat was eating crumbs out of her mouth. Ugh. Man, I seen a video of a giant rat. It was a huge ass rat, a rat and a pigeon. They was fighting over a slice of pizza. And I'm like, man, that's about as New York as it gets right there. Like, that's as New York as it gets. Kobe's death made me realize that anything can happen at any moment. Yeah, man, that's crazy, man. Like, Vendetta, if I had it, I'd charge $3.5 million. Guess you better start singing Motley Crue songs, Garrett. Yeah, man. Yeah, the Kobe situation, that was so crazy, man. And like I said, the worst part is that his young daughter had to die too. Like, that's, and he was like grooming her up, so, for the WNBA. And Gigi was somebody who I really thought had the star power to really take the WNBA to the next level. It could have got to the point where we start to really see some superstars and that would bring more butts and sell more tickets for the WNBA. So then they could start getting paid more and things like that. It was all bad, just all bad. And not only that there was like 9 other people that died in the plane crash as well, or the copter crash as well. Like, There's a lady who trains rats to create viral videos. I interviewed her on a podcast. Ugh. Nope, I couldn't be a rat trainer. Ugh. So you won Vendetta on a YouTube giveaway? That's what's up. So you bet the rat has some Timbs on. Man. Podcast is called Reply All. Oh, okay. I might peep that out. Yeah, Gigi in the WNBA would have been crazy. Yeah, it would have, man. Yeah, for sure. Damn it, here we are. 3 hours again. I told myself I'm going to keep it like 90 minutes this time. I'm going to keep it. Did I show the last game? Let me show y'all this last game, and then we can kick it until my camera dies. But last game on the list is a Sega game. It's on the Xbox 360. This is Golden Axe Beast Rider. And I got that for $8.99 or whatever it was not too long ago. I'm looking for the PS3 version, or I might have the PS3 version already. I got to double check. But this is a game I suspect will also hop up in price. It's part of the Golden Axe series, much beloved Sega franchise. This plays nothing like it, though. And honestly, I heard that this game was definitely the weakest of the Golden Axe games. But like I said, it was the last Golden Axe that came out. So if you're trying to get the whole Golden Axe collection or whatever like that, that you love the series that much, like, you got to have that game. And again, less than $10 is what I got that for like a month or two ago. I don't know what Golden Axe is going for now. Let me see if I have it on PS3, because I thought I did already, but maybe I don't. Because if I do, I kind of want to get it, because again, it's that 3D, hack and slash game. I feel like it would feel better to play on the PlayStation with the PlayStation controller and all of that. So, That's why I would look for that version and I don't. That's weird. The Harry Potter games are going up in prices, ladies and gentlemen. So that's another franchise to be on the lookout for. Harry Potter. Who knew? So like my copy of The Order of the Phoenix, like I said, it's up to $30. That's not super expensive, but those games had really dropped in price and now they're all seem to be up on the rise again. So that one, I can't believe Heavenly Sword never got expensive, or like it's $16 right now. That's a fantastic game that just never got a lot of love. Like Heavenly Sword was an awesome game. Golden Axe, Beast Rider. Oh, wait, no, I can't do this. I gotta go to the add new spot. But yeah, I wonder what it's going for now. Because, like I said, if it's not expensive now, it will be. It was a game that didn't sell well, but it wasn't like an awful game. It just wasn't a fantastic game. And so those are the ones you got to look out for. So PS3 version is $17, so it's still less than $20 complete. So I'll definitely have to add that because I do think that Golden Axe Beast Rider will be an expensive game in the future. Did Filippo sneak in here? Hey, what's going on, Filippo? Yeah, man, you slid in here while my back was turned out here. Yeah, he says, I remember Golden Axe review badly. I do too, and I feel like it's in my backlog, but like I said, for $8, it's definitely got to be $8 good, right? And that's a thing like with these reviews, guys. Like I feel like a lot of them review this game through the lens of I pay $60 for this game. So this is probably not a $60 game, but I'm talking about the same game at $8 or $9, like, it's probably a good game for that. Like Wet, this game, which I actually like Wet a lot, but a lot of people like it just got moderately good reviews. Same thing with games like Lollipop Chainsaw. And those games probably weren't worth $60, $50-$60. But if you can get Lollipop Chainsaw for $16 and you can get Wet for $15, like it's probably a good game for $15. So I think you got to look at it through that lens too. Like, yeah, this might not review well, but what am I paying for? Like for me, my favorite game on the original Xbox is Advent Rising. Fantastic game. Me personally, I would have paid full price for it, but when I end up buying it because I adopted late to the original Xbox, I got it for like $7, and for $7, it blew me away. Blew me away for $7. Bullet Witch on the 360 we talked about earlier. $15 game, $10 game. That's a great game for $10-$15, but I do expect it to get rare in the future, and then when it becomes a $60, $80, $100 game again, it's not going to be worth that. It's a terrible game for that price. You know what I mean? Like, so HP Sorcerer's Stone. Let's see, PS2, Xbox, and GameCube. All money. Heavenly Sword is going to rise. I believe it will be too. Like people are going to come around to that, man. Like because Heavenly Sword is a great game. It was I think there was talks of a sequel, but the sequel never came, and it's a PlayStation 3 exclusive. So it's got to rise in price eventually. Vanquish is another one. It got remastered for the 8th generation consoles. So I expect the 8th generation consoles to rise in price, but I don't know about the PS3. If it never got remastered, then Vanquish definitely would have been an expensive game. And I happen to have Vanquish on both systems, but I do want to get it, the remaster version on PS4. And it came with Bayonetta, which is that's always a good game too. Like I said, Platinum Games, I can't think of a bad game by Platinum Games. I can't think of one. So if y'all know one, let me know. But Platinum Games is one of those developers that always deliver. So, like I said, definitely. Let's see. I'm playing Heavenly Sword right now. Just picked it up about a week ago. Heavenly Sword is fantastic. You got your boy Andy Serkis in there as the main antagonist. Okay. God of War. It's a God of War game on the PS3. Oh, okay. There was a game, what was it called? God of War Ascension from the series. I don't think that was one. It's a spinoff. It's not one of the main titles. I can't remember if that came out on the PSP or if that was just a PS3 game, but that's one I'm on the lookout for. I think that game will rise in price. From what understand never got remastered. So that one might be one to look out for. PS3 games will continue to be more expensive until Sony starts caring about games again. Yeah, I agree. And like I said, that's what we saw with the PS Vita. Like Sony left the Vita high and dry, and that definitely could have competed with the Nintendo 3DS. In my opinion, the PSP is a better handheld system than the 3DS. But yeah, Sony left them high and dry. But because of that, all that stuff became super collectible. Lord's Eyeball, the Heavenly Sword is awesome. Ninja Theory in general never dropped a bad game, in my opinion. Yeah, like I said, Ninja Theory, like Platinum Games, like name a bad game from one of those guys. Like they always deliver. Stranglehold is a slept-on gem. I like Stranglehold. I didn't at first. I got it on the Xbox 360 years ago, and like I don't know, like it was John Woo, it was Chow Yun Fat, like. I was wanting more like kung fu action to be thrown into it. It's like you run around and shoot, and it was like Max Payne, which is dope. It's like Max Payne style shooter. But because I was expecting it to be something else, I didn't like it as much at the time. But when I went back and played it years later, I really enjoyed it. Honestly, Stranglehold is what, like, I wanted Wet to be Stranglehold. You know what I mean? Like Ruby playing as Ruby, you can do the slow-mo gunplay and thing, but she also, can bust out some close quarters with her sword. And so that's what I was wanting from Stranglehold. But like I said, it's the sequel to Hard Boiled, basically. And yeah, it's a crazy game, but that's one that people don't talk about. Actually, Slumpenstein, who was in the chat earlier, that's how me and him met. He had a Xbox 360 Hidden Gems video like 3 years ago, and he talked about Stranglehold. And I'm like, man, let me go back and check that out. And I was like, yeah, man, it's a dope game. So let's see. I saw Eco and Shadows of Colossus PS2 go up. Oh, did it? Which is crazy to me because you can get the remaster on the PS3. That being said, though, I think the remasters were based off the European version. So if you want to play the North American versions, the only way you can do that is playing on the original hardware. Because I think I remember hearing that some of the puzzles were different and some of the, you know what I'm saying? So I could see that. I can see those shooting up in price because of that. They have remakes and ports. Let's see. Not super pricey. So yeah, it probably will go up, but not super pricey, like you said, because they do have remasters on the PS3, but I think the PS3 remasters are based on the. Hey, Pack is in the house. What's going on, man? Antana back in the house. Yeah, man, we're gonna wrap it up soon. My battery, like I said, in my night, which I got extra batteries, I can just pop another one in, but it is a school night, so and like I said, I'm almost done with school. I literally got 7 days left. 7 days left, and then I can take a breather for the summer. I am excited for that. Yeah, man, Pack in the house, man. I need to catch up on your channel too. I've been a bad subscriber. Haven't been watching lately. I know you're doing big things out there, though. I said, if you guys haven't checked out Pac-Man Case, definitely he's going to be big in the community, just like Retro Rivals. Retro Rivals was put me on to him, and yeah, a lot of good stuff going on his channel. Definitely educating the art of filmmaking, and it shows in his. It definitely shows in his production. Your kids are getting out early. Yeah, their last day is the 24th. I believe, and the 24th is a half day. So we go to school all next week, and then we just come back for Monday and Tuesday, and that's it. And Tuesday's a half day. And then it's summer break, baby. And so then I got a little time off. I'm doing summer school, so that'll start up in June, like the June 7th, I think, is when we go back for summer school. I have to go back a couple of days early to prepare, but still I'll get a nice like 10 days off. That's what I'm waiting for. I get a nice 10 days off. And even during summer school, I get an extra day off because we don't have summer school on Friday. We just go Monday through Thursday. So I have 3-day weekends every week for the summer. So that's nice. And then we don't go to school the week of, we don't have summer school the week of the 4th of July. So I'll have all that stuff off. Dude, I used to hate going to summer school, but man, then when I actually started going, summer school used to be lit to me. Like, I hated that I had to go because it was like, oh, I'm going because my grades are bad. You know what I'm saying? And my dad giving me the side eye because I was failing out here academically. But, man, I made a lot of cool friends in summer school. And, it wasn't all day. And you know what I'm saying? Like, it was cool. Sometimes I went to a different school for summer school, and that was kind of neat. So yeah. It's all good, homie. Life gets busy for all of us. Yes, it does, man. It's not even June in 1 week. Yeah, I know. Yeah. But we start school early too. Like, so back in the day, I remember we didn't used to get out of school until June, but we didn't start school until like mid-September or something crazy like that. We would go back like first or second week of September, and then we would go to like June 3rd or June 5th or whatever. Because I remember in school, like one day we celebrated D-Day at school, which is, June the 6th. And so we were definitely in school like first week of June. But nowadays we start up school like second week of August. So because of that, we end at the end of May. So yeah, we'll stop on the 24th, and then we start up summer school. I have to be back for summer school on June the 4th or the 5th. So I'll get about 10 days rest, and then we'll start cranking out summer school. But he said, man, now I'm gonna barely get any game time in. Yeah, I'm definitely this next 10 days. It sucks because I want to make up a bunch of videos this week and start releasing them over the next 10 days so I can take that 10 days off. And the only things I'll be doing during that 10 days is live streams. So like I said, I can start live streaming these games on my 10-day vacation. And then I'll have other episodes, but there'll be episodes I'm filming this week, and then I just got to get them all edited and out. So like I said, I can still keep my channel popping because I just got monetized, by the way. I just got eligible. So I'm going through that whole process now. I had applied and I got approved. And so now I'm trying to set up my AdSense and do all that stuff. It's a lot harder than I thought. There's a lot that goes into that. So that'll be cool. I got my watch time is sitting at about 700 hours right now. So that's nice. I don't know what the CPM is going to be for, for my niche, which is retro video games, but I don't expect it to be, but probably like a few cents a minute. So maybe like 3 cents, but even that is significant because if I'm looking at, let's see, 0.03 times 1,000, man, that's a cool $30 a month. So it was just cool. Like if so whatever. AdSense is not really where it's at. It's really in affiliate marketing and your Patreon and stuff like that. Which I might start a Patreon. You know what I'm saying? If y'all want to donate to my Patreon, there will be nudes of me on there. So there's that. No, I'm just kidding. Let's see. We don't have AC in New Jersey. What's so much stuff? I don't know why I thought you were from like the West Coast. Kids are going to be all over the systems. Yep. With the summertime, like your kids are going to be stuck at home. Let's see. I think it's a generational thing. In fact, my entire childhood was season 4 of The Wire. Hell no. Kids have it a lot easier these days. I remember throwing ice at people in a movie theater. Heck no. Congrats on the dollars. Like I said, as it stands, like even if I get to 1,000 watch time hours, I'm looking at $30 a month. So it's not like crazy. But like I said, if I get it up to like 100 or something, that'll be enough to pay a bill, like to pay my phone bill or something. So that's cool, But I would eventually like to get to a position where I could either at least quit my second job. Like that would be nice if it got to a point where my YouTube channel is bringing in like $400 or $500 a month, and then I can use that to, just create more. Like eventually, one of these days, God willing, I will be able to do YouTube full time. And it is like it's hard. Like it's hard to do YouTube and do my 2 jobs and stuff like that. Like it's tough, man, because it's really just because of my workflow. Like it's hard for me to crank out videos and have them look like I want them to look and have the sound and all of that stuff. Like it's a lot, man. and I'm always trying to upgrade and update my equipment. And, now that I'm shooting exclusively in 4K now, then that takes longer. File sizes are bigger and things like that. So it's slowing down my workflow for sure. Of course, the remedy to that is buy better equipment, like better laptops and computers and stuff, but that costs money. Money I don't have. So, like I said, I don't have a problem with people who make money on YouTube. I don't know why the anti-e-begging community is so butthurt about that, but you know what I'm saying? You have to do it at a high level. Like, I ain't got money to just be buying the stuff. Eventually I will if I save up and this and that, but you know what I mean? I can do it a lot faster if I had, an income from YouTube that I can use to just put back in on my channel. I'm not trying to just be out here buying champagne and shit. Like, I'm just, I would like to buy a cinema camera at some point, but and do more stuff like that. And I just want to do more with content creation. Content creation has been a real passion of mine over the last couple of years. And so, as much as teaching even. So, I definitely want to do it more. And like I said, you should get paid for what you're passionate about. Like, if you put out good content and if you do what you do well, and if you're passionate about what you do well, you absolutely should get paid for that. I don't understand why people be like tripping about that. And it's not just people like who do shady stuff on YouTube. It's like the anti-e-begging community has problems with anybody who has a Patreon or whatever the case. Like, stupid. Like, I don't know. Okay, it says you currently live in California, grew up in New Jersey. Okay, that's what I was thinking. I was like, I thought you was on the West Coast. Okay. You were the one who opened the hydrants. Says that's $30 off monthly bills. Never a bad thing. Absolutely. And if I can get the channel to a point where I make a couple of $100 a month off of it, that would be awesome, because then I can stop working my second job. And instead of going to my second job, make more videos and do more stuff with my YouTube channel, because this is what I'm really happy doing this. So yeah, eventually, like I said, now that I'm monetized, another thing that I want to do in the future is I've been talking with some people about trying to create a logo for my channel, because I don't really have an official logo for my channel. Like Pac-Man Case, who's in the chat, he has a fantastic logo. You can see it on his little avatar. It's super cool. Okay. It's like a little custom one, and you can buy Pac-Man Case merchandise and get like a mug with that little logo and some t-shirts, which I do want to start supporting some of my friends here on YouTube and buying their t-shirts, and give me like a JLove81 t-shirt or, a Do You Nerd coffee mug and stuff like that. And so I think that would be super cool. So I definitely want to throw my hat in and create a cool logo for my channel, so I can start having merchandise. I would love to have a t-shirt with my channel on it. Like, that would be super cool. So definitely something I want to do this year. So you're lucky on watch hours. Yeah, like I said, I don't know. Like, people have been really watching me lately, which is cool. I'm super happy about that. I don't know if it's the content I'm talking about. Maybe it's because I'm covering the PS3 thing, and going back to that, people, are kind of saying that I shouldn't do that because of the scalpers, but people are watching because they want to know, what's going on. And like I said, I mean, I don't consider myself to be an expert, but I've been collecting PS3 for a long time. I was collecting PS3 games when it wasn't in fashion. And so I feel like I know a lot on the subject. I feel like I got a lot to say and a lot to tell people about the subject, even though I don't consider like myself like a professor on video games. Okay. That's Joe Casey. Okay. That's the professor. Okay. So we didn't have AC until we were graduating high school. They finished installing them in the summer after. Yeah, at school, yeah, we had the bond program. Yeah, the bond issue is a huge thing we voted on. Like when I was in 7th grade, that the adults voted on, and they're like, yeah, we're gonna start updating the quality of life and stuff like that. And that's why, like the first week of school, like the first couple of weeks, we only went back for half days, because by the time noon came around, it was 105 degrees, 110 degrees outside. And that, coupled with the crazy humidity that we get in Kansas, like, you will die out there. Like, it is not a game. Like, in that humidity, 110, like that heat index is really like 135. Like, you will die out there. So yeah, without the AC, they was like, y'all can only go to school till like 11. Like, man, get inside and get under the AC. Get under the fan and throw ice chips in it so it blows back on you, like we used to do that. But said you made about 2,500 last year, but it's hard to keep up. Absolutely. And like I said, you have good months and bad months. And, you know, like I said, my watch time is going down already, but that's because I haven't really been able to put out content. But I can't put out content because I spend so much time working. So if I could get to a point where I don't work so much, like at, you know, the school and the rec center, and also still technically I'm hired and still employed as a newborn photographer with the hospital, but we haven't been able to go in because of COVID. So, you know what I mean? Like I do 3, and then I do my freelance photography and stuff on the side. I just had a photo shoot the other day. And so like doing all that, like it's hard to put out 2 videos in a live stream a week, which is what I want to get to a point where I'm doing, putting out 2 videos, and then I'll do a live stream on Sunday. So that's kind of what I want to do. So 2 videos sometime during the week, and then give y'all a live stream like this on Sunday. So I'm going to try. I'm definitely going to start doing this live stream on Sunday. I like this because, like I said, none of my friends live stream on Sunday for the most part. So that way I'm not, you know, encroaching on their watch time hours and encroaching on their audience. So I definitely want to, I'll take Sunday. So let's see. I see you blowing up, but the trick is to know someone and have them co-sign you like Radical Reggie did with Metal Jesus. Yeah, and like I said, Radical Reggie and Metal Jesus, they came up in the game together. Same with Kelsey Lewin and Kenzilla and John Riggs, and they were all part of the Metal Jesus crew. And, you know, like I said, they all support each other because they all came up together. You know what I mean? So it just is what it is. And like I said, they found people along the way. Like they put on the Megapixel Squad or whatever they are, Game Pixel Squad. I'm not, you know, I'm not subscribed to them, but I remember that dude started showing up in Metal Jesus videos, and you know he started putting him on. Gaming Off the Grid was just in a Metal Jesus Rocks video, which is awesome because they're, you know, they're one of the biggest fish in our community. And like I said, they got the stamp for Metal Jesus Rocks. That's fantastic. Some fly or something. But like I said, I thought it was just cool that Metal Jesus Rocks like commented on a couple of my videos. Like that was cool. And he commented on my Hidden Gems videos and was like, these are really good. And like I said, that came from the guy who does the Hidden Gems videos. So like to get that, like Metal G's like, Jason, you should put me in a video. I said, you should co-sign me out here. You know what I mean? I told you I'm working hard out here. He has a Facebook group. I was hitting them up and they're like, man, one of these days, man, I'm gonna be on point. Just you watch. I said, I'm on point now. All right, Metal Jesus. So put your boy on. You know what I'm saying? You need another Radical Reggie in your group, okay? I got slightly more swag than Reggie, just a little bit. Not much. What you really need is a Joe Casey on your team. For real, for real. You need that mouthpiece, but like I said, I'm a teacher on the low, so I can't, you know, I can't, my kids watching this, you know what I'm saying? I'm talking that talk, but hey, that's what you need. And like I said, eventually, you know what I'm saying? Like, and when I started, Dr. Josh was the one that put me on. So that's how I got in the community I'm in now. Like Dr. Josh put me on. And like I said, he was my 37th subscriber. And I remember that because we had a conversation. I'm like, man, I was like, thanks, man. Like I only got 36 subscribers now, but you know what I'm saying? Like I'm trying to get where you at. And he at the time had like 370 something. And so he hit me with a subscription. And then he was like, hey, yeah, man, you should check me out. Cause I'm always live streaming on Saturdays. He always had his gaming weekend and all that stuff. And so he used to live stream every Saturday. And so I hit him up Saturday afternoon. And Garrett Spencer, you were there. Calvin, you were there. You know what I mean? There was a couple of cats that was in his stream, and that's how I met you guys. And then from there, then I got the co-sign from JLove81 at the time. And so I think that was like one of my first like bigger breaks, you know. I had a video, the video I did on my top 5 sports games, and I think she made a video about it first. Hello, Kona. And I made a response video, and I told her like, hey, I made a response to this video. Like, you know, if you get a chance, like check it out. And so she did. And then I made an intro for one of her videos, and that was really cool. And I always, you know, hung out in her live streams. And then from there, I went to Linda the Gamer Girl, and I met T-Belly and all of them. And so that's how it happens, man. Like you just, you know, you come up with them, you know, you stuck with them type of thing. So, you know, now I'm, you know, chilling with like, you know, awesome channels like Pac-Man Case and Retro Rivals. Retro Rivals, they happen to see one of my, you know, Scott, like I said, he's getting into Xbox. And so he saw the same Hidden Gems video that Metal Jesus did and was like, then they hit me up like, man, like, you know, they nominated me for a YouTuber of the month. And that's how I met Gaming Off the Grid, because Gaming Off the Grid was hosting that last year. And so then I met them through that. And so, yeah, it's crazy. Like, it's crazy how community works. Like, you know, as you go through the motions and whatnot. But, you know, a lot of people give Metal Jesus crap for that too. Like, oh, you don't reach out to the smaller channels and this and that. And it's like, I don't think it's so much that as in like you just supporting who you came up with. You know what I mean? It's cool. I personally do like to look for smaller channels and, you know, give them a big up. Like I met a lot of great channels this year, like Generation Pixel, Beyond Useless Gaming is another good one that I picked up this year. Ploopa Choop, Pick Flip, a bunch of them. Like, so J Chip in the house. Like, so yeah, there's a bunch of them. And I'll, you know, I try to give them the cosign. Professor Joe Casey was a smaller channel and he hit me up. He told me that he started his channel because of me, which is crazy. So I'm like, oh man, like if you started it because of me, like I definitely, you know, got to rock with you. Like, and I got to watching his videos and, you know, he was still working on his production and that and whatnot, but the content was there. Like, you know, his commentary was so good. Like, and he had such a really cool insight and it was raw. And I'm like, man, like you about to do the thing. So when I say check out Joe Casey's channel, I'm not just saying that just to say it. Like I really meant it, you know? And so I'm happy to see that he's really blowing up. And Joe Casey, one of the hardest YouTubers in the game. Like he reminds me of Dr. Josh, you know, like in the sense like Dr. Josh will put out 7 videos in a week, easy, 6 videos in a week. You know what I mean? And Joe Casey is prolific like that. And so that's what I really started messing with him, because he really reminded me of Dr. Josh. And so, yeah, for sure, man. But I love finding new YouTube channels. I love, you know, just rubbing shoulders and collaborating with new people. I love being put on to new people. Like, it's awesome. Like, anyway, now that I'm done ranting, let me find out what's in the comments that I have not been reading. So apologize. Let's see. Yeah, but yeah, Radical Reggie did get the cosign just because, like, he was somebody that Metal Jesus liked. He had insight, and, you know, at the time, Metal Jesus Rocks was more into big box PC. So when he started collecting for consoles, particularly the PlayStation 1, like, Radical Reggie was his authority on that at the time. Like, Radical Reggie knew so much more. So what did he do? He brought Radical Reggie in on his PlayStation themed videos. And that's how Radical Reggie got the bubbling. And so it's cool. Like, you know, money equals time. Absolutely, man. Like, money equals time. Like I said, if I went hard on YouTube, if I just quit all my jobs and went hard on YouTube, I feel like I can make it. But like I said, it's that in the meantime, you know, bills aren't going to stop while I take, you know, 6 months to really, you know, hone in on my YouTube channel. Like, you know, I can't, you know, dishonor my responsibilities doing that. So, you know, so I got to take the slow and steady approach. You need to get some passive income that doesn't require your time to earn. Exactly. Which is why I want to get into merchandise and I want to get into more affiliate marketing. I don't use affiliate marketing in all of my videos, primarily on the videos where I talk about more camera oriented stuff, because then I can, you know, like people ask me like, oh, what kind of camera are you using? Or what kind of light are you using? And this and that, like this light, which is one of my favorites, the Yongnuo light wand. And so, you know, I that was an affiliate link where I talked about that video, and you could click the link, and I did sell a couple of those, which was nice. So I made a little Amazon money, not a lot, but again, like you just got to get a lot of views and have a lot of people. Hey, what's up, Kona? Just ass in my face. That's cool. Don't look at me like that. You put your butt in my face, okay? Goodbye. So, but yeah, like I said, I would like to do more of that stuff. And again, it's not like, I don't know, like people like try to act like you trying to like money grub and things like that. Like, no, if I work my ass off 40 hours a week, 50 hours a week making YouTube videos, like, and they're good, like I'm not just on here like talking crap. Like, and like I said, I, you know, invest in equipment, so I'm putting my money where my mouth is. So, you know, I don't understand. I don't understand. People really be hating on people making money on the internet. Everybody who uploads to YouTube should get money. I agree. Like, especially like once you like if you doing it like, you know, at a certain like, and I feel like that used to be the case, honestly. If everybody who put out YouTube videos got access to AdSense revenue, and then, but what the problem with that is a lot of people will put out bot channels and just generate money, just putting out bots and stuff like that. And so that's where they came up with you got to have a 1,000 subscribers and you have to have 400 watch hours, because that's going to prove that you're an actual person who makes actual content. And like I said, for me, like a lot of people were upset about that. And I get that, because if you were at 500-600 at the time and you were making a little bit of money, then that money was gone. But for me, having 1,000 subscribers and 400 hours of watch time, that was always in the plan. You know what I mean? I was always going to do that anyway. So, you know, that just told, you know, I was just like, oh, I just got to strive for that faster. Now that they're monetizing popular videos, even if you don't have those requirements, because I started getting like ads on my videos like well before I got monetized, like sometime late last year, and they started doing that. I'm like, man, that just means I got to grind. I got to get to that point where I can earn the monetization for myself. So I just did that because, like I said, I was going to do that anyway. My goal is to eventually you know, make a living, you know, making content. And not only that, but use YouTube also to bring, just to put a spotlight on my photography and my videography, my media company that I'm trying to build outside of YouTube. So it's all for that anyway. Like I was going to do all of that anyway. So yeah, absolutely. YouTube is profiting off of their time. And I get that, but like it's kind of a tough conversation, right? Because YouTube is profiting off of their time, but you got to think on YouTube, like YouTube is a platform where you can make as much content as you want and they don't charge you for it. You know what I mean? Like I can put out as much videos, like upload in 4K, 8K, whatever the case. They don't charge me bandwidth or anything like that. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like I can kind of see how they could justify doing that. I still don't agree with it because nobody will watch YouTube if I wasn't making videos for YouTube. You know what I mean? But like I said, YouTube gives you all of the tools for free. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like that. Like I could see how they could justify that. Again, I personally don't agree, but at the same time, 1,000 subscribers and 400 watch time hours it's doable, especially once you get the subscribers. If you get the subscribers at 1,000 subscribers, as long as you're consistent, 400 watch time hours isn't that hard to do. Like I said, I'm sitting at 700 right now, and it's going up. I'm trying to get to 1,000. So, but like I said, I agree. Like they, you know, like YouTube, like, do y'all really need the money like that? For real, though. So it's a tough one. Like I said, I can understand how they could justify taking the money like that, being that they provide you with a platform to do all of this for free. That's why another thing I want to do is eventually have my own website. Like I want to have a lightsabersamurai.com, and I'll move all my videos to that so you can watch all the videos there as well. Because the thing about YouTube is, as content creators, we don't own anything. Like we don't own YouTube. YouTube can shut down tomorrow, and then it's over for us unless you have a presence in other places. You know what I mean? So if I had a lightsabersamurai.com where you could watch my videos and buy my merchandise and all of that stuff, then it wouldn't matter if YouTube disappeared tomorrow. I would still have a platform to where I could reach my audience. So my cousin has a channel where she scratches dandruff out of her hair and makes a couple thousand a month. That's insane. That's absolutely insane. But I mean, some guys are into that. That's where the growth of that community will get stiff, because ain't nobody trying to hear about them going at people just for making money on the internet by default. Fair goes, brother. Facts. Easy difficulty. Hey, what's up, man? First, what's up? Found your channel when searching PS3 games to get. You popped up and had some great content, picked up a bunch of games. Second, went to GameStop today and they still have PS3 games for the low. Yeah, absolutely. Like I was saying earlier, GameStop is like the last people to find out about rising prices. And like I said, to them, it's not worth it to them because they're trying to phase all of that stuff out anyway. So who cares? Like let me see. I gotta keep a spare battery on deck just in case this goes out. I'm surprised that actually my camera is still going because usually on a full battery, I can only get about 3.5 hours shooting 1080p. I'm at 337 right now. So like I said, let's keep this thing going to like 10 o'clock. That's 20 more minutes. And then we'll cease and desist after that. Let's see. Disco only haven't gone to GameStop in a while. Like I said, a lot of times a lot of the games I see at GameStop now are incomplete. They're in generic cases. But even still, like I said, if you can find a great game in a generic case, like just get a case for it later. Or you can end up selling that towards the price of a complete in-box game. Like I'm thinking about doing, like I said, I have this second copy of Utagi. I'm probably going to give that to Scott from Retro Rivals because I know he really wants to play those games, and they're getting kind of expensive, and they're more expensive for him in Canada. So, guys, Scott, if you're watching this on the replay, I'll send it to you. I'm going to hit you up on Instagram or something, but y'all got to pay the shipping, though. So you pay the shipping, man, I'll send it out to you. You can have that because I only paid a couple bucks for it, so. See, I discovered your channel by typing into Xbox Hidden Gems during the time I was modding my Xbox and looking for games to fill the hard disk drive with. Right on. John Riggs was your first sub. That's awesome. People should do their own thing rather than... Oh, yeah. Yeah, then asking the big channels to rep them. And like I said, I'm not going to ask anybody to rep me. Like, it should happen organically, right? Like I said, like Retro Rivals, they're a bigger channel than I am, but Scott was looking for games and my video popped up and they came and hit me up like, hey man, this is good shit. Like, you know, we nominated you for YouTuber of the Month. I didn't even know what that was. I was YouTuber of the Month. What is that? You know, like I was like, oh yeah, Gaming Off the Grid, like they do it. So that's how I found out about Gaming Off the Grid. And you know, like I said, like me and Retro Rivals, like same thing with me and Pac-Man Case. Like I genuinely like Pac-Man Case's content. Like I genuinely like Retro Rivals content. And I think that's vice versa. Same thing with like Joe Casey. We genuinely like each other's content. So like me and Joe Casey, we shout each other out in our videos all the time. That's my guy right there. So, and at the current moment, I'm a larger channel than him. That being said, he has another channel that he had a YouTube presence before he got into retro video games, and that channel is bigger than my channel, you know what I mean? But he started out new in retro video games, and like I said, I just genuinely like the stuff and vice versa. So, you know, we don't big up each other to get anything out of it, although that is a great way to collaboration is a great way to grow your YouTube channel because it puts, you know, your audience onto each other. But that being said, if you like my channel, you're probably going to like Pac-Man Case and you're probably going to like Retro Rivals because they're in the same wheelhouse as me and they make content, you know, very much the same type of content I make. But Pac-Man Case has a background in filmmaking and cinematography. I'm just getting into filmmaking and cinematography. So we kind of bring that same type of flavor to our videos. So if you like what I do on my channel, you're definitely going to like Pac-Man Case because he's been doing it longer than I have. And he has more of an eye for the whole filmmaking cinematography thing where I'm just getting into it. Jen, she's the other half of Retro Rivals, Scott and Jen. She is a photographer like I am outside of YouTube. So she rocks the Nikon D7500, I believe, which is a serious photographer's camera. Very similar. It's basically a 90D equivalent with the Canon. So she's familiar with 3-point lighting because she shoots portraits and things like that. I think she mainly does landscapes, but she brings that knowledge to their channel. And so if you like my style, how I do my videos, you're going to like Retro Rivals because they do a lot of the same tricks with their editing and things like that. So yeah. So I don't think it's bad to collab to grow your channels because if you like my stuff, you're going to like them anyway. You know, that I'm just putting you onto a channel that you just don't know about that you would watch anyway. If you didn't know about me and say you found them first, you would definitely subscribe to them and vice versa, you know. So some of their subscribers, if they find some of you guys found me because of Retro Rivals and Pac-Man Case, and that's cool. Like that's because like what you like about them, you see in my channel and vice versa. What you like about me, you see, and you can definitely go to their channels and see that. Although I think they do it better, but still kind of the same thing. So I had someone ask me for an autograph for the first time. It was surreal. That's fantastic. I would ask you for an autograph. Like I said, Joe Casey, I'm going to buy your book. I want the physical copy. So if we ever meet, you got to autograph that joint. I agree with what's on my shelf. Yeah, absolutely. AdSense was a thing for every channel. I was monetized once. Yeah. And like I said, everybody had a piece of the pie once. And like I said, I feel like they did it for the reason was twofold. One, a lot of bots was making money off of them and people were getting rich with these bot channels, but they weren't really doing anything, to get the money, you know what I'm saying? But so they were getting rich off of that. So they wanted to eliminate the bots. And honestly, that was good. That was good for channels like mine because I feel like when, that whole thing happened, when the 400 watch hours thing, when that happened, I definitely got more traffic when that happened because a lot of those bot channels disappeared. And honestly, a lot of the other YouTubers who are like, oh, I'll never get to 1,000, I'll never get to 400 watch hours, I'm just going to give up on YouTube. Like that honestly killed some competition for me, right? So it actually was a good thing if you were willing to grind it out and fight through it. You could definitely turn that, that L into a W. But I think they did it for that. And honestly, I think they did it because there were going to be people like me that were just going to try harder to get more views and, get more, to make more money for them. So, yeah, I think that made us work harder for them. And at the same time, it did kind of benefit us because it got rid of the bot channels and stuff like that too. So they're essentially killing two birds with one stone by implementing that rule. So absolutely. Anyway, going back to the chat, let's see. AdSense was a thing. You was monetized once. I didn't get one check. And yeah, see, the tricky thing is they have that threshold, right? Like you got to make in that time, like you got to make it a minimum of $100 to see a check. And so, like I said, even if it stands now, even monetizing right now, I won't make $100. So I'm still making them money, but they're not going to send me a check for $30. I got to wait till I get to 2,000, 2,500, something like that, to where I'm getting 5,000 watch hours a month. And then I can get $100. And of course, it depends on the niche too. Retro video games is a pretty saturated niche. So our CPM is pretty low, and that's our cost per minute. You know what I mean? When it comes to views and, the ads that pop up on our videos. If you did something that was more niche, like for instance, there's a guy that I heard about. He's got a small YouTube channel with like 17,000 or something like that right now. But his channel is based on barbecue and like barbecue and grilling accessories. And he's like reviewing like latest types of grills and other accessories to grill with. It's a very weird niche, but it's something he's passionate about. And even though it's 17,000 is a lot, but he's making with 17,000 what it would take us, we would have to have 50 or 60,000 subscribers to make the kind of money that he's making. But that's because his CPM is much higher than ours because his niche isn't so saturated. So that's just, that's just the price of doing business in the genre that we're in. So I mean, it is what it is. But like I said, yeah, until I start making $100 a month, I'm going to be monetizing. I'm going to be making them money, but they're not going to send me a dime until I get that. So I didn't see that one of my kids generated $30, but I couldn't claim a check till $100. Yep. Like I said, you can make money, but they won't send you anything until you're making $100 a month. And again, that wasn't the case back in the day. You can make $30 or $60 and whatever, and they would cut you for that. But then they started that $100 threshold first, and then they moved on to you got to have 100, you got to have 1,000 subs and all that jazz. So I snagged Dynasty Warriors Gundam 2 and Ultimate Marvel vs. Capcom paid $10. That's a damn good price. Yeah, I want to get the Dynasty Warriors Gundam game because I love the Dynasty Warriors games and I love Gundam in particular. So yeah, if I get that, like I would be happy with that. I've only seen the 360 version of 2. I'm still waiting on those Dynasty Warrior Gundam games in the wild. Yeah, and I used to see them here all the time, and I just didn't get them. I was like, I'll get them eventually. I'll get them. Nope. I'm still waiting on those. Let's see. I've only seen, once. I thought I'd find tons of them. Yeah, it seems like a game that should be like prolific. And like I said, it's weird, right? Like, because in some regions of the US, some of these games are all over the place, and then and other regions. And that's one good thing about collecting. Like, if you can travel, that's a great tip to find a lot of games. Like, even if I go south one state down in Oklahoma, if I go to like Norman, Oklahoma, which is about an hour and a half from me south, and I go to the vintage stocks and stuff there, I'll find all types of games that I couldn't find up here, you know, and they're just everywhere down there. So it's crazy. Said everybody likes giant robots, right? Yep, I'm a bit of an otaku myself. At GameStop, I found Ultimate Action triple pack, but in a generic case. Also, Singularity, good games on the cheap, but in a crappy case. And like I said, if you can find them for a couple of bucks, go ahead and snag them, because you can find the cases later. And like I was telling, was it Ninwas, I think, earlier tonight, there are people that make like great generic cases. So if you find Lollipop Chainsaw loose or something like that, you can just search like on eBay, and most of the time you'll find somebody who's making a high quality repro of it. And I did that for my Def Jam Icon for Xbox 360. I paid $1 for it, and then I found somebody on eBay who makes like authentic, like generic repros, like, well, authentic repros, like they look exactly like the real thing. Charged me $8 for it. So Icon on the 360 I got for less than $10. I guarantee you Icon is going to be expensive one day, because why wouldn't it? Vendetta and Fight for New York are already skyrocketing in price. So naturally, people are going to go with whatever Def Jam game that they can get, which will be Icon, and that'll drive that price up. So, you know what I mean? Let's see. What else am I missing here? The problem is we started too late. If we started our channels 3 years ago, we would be popping now. Damn, I did start. Yeah, I feel your sentiment. What's on my shelf? I'm in my 5th year right now. And honestly, like I said, I started 5 years ago, but I didn't get serious about it, honestly, until 2020. You know what I mean? Had I got serious 5 years ago, I would be on point right now. But like I said, I wasn't really willing to make the sacrifices, like going no sleep. Like I said, it's 9:50 right now. I should be taking a shower, getting ready for bed. You know, I should have ate dinner with my girlfriend. I didn't do that. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I'm down here doing this live stream. Like 5 years ago, I wouldn't have made those sacrifices. Like, oh man, I just got off of work. I don't really feel like it. I'll do it on my next day off, and then I'm tired from working all week, so I don't make a video, or I'll just make a little something, you know, here and there. And I would drop a video a month or 2 videos a month and stuff like that. So I wasn't going hard, like, because I wasn't taking it serious enough. It wasn't until 2020 that I got serious. Coronavirus hit, had to sit my ass down at home anyway. You know what I mean? So they canceled school right after spring break. So we went to spring break and never came back to school. That was the end of the school year last year. So, but luckily they still paid us. You know, I was getting paid, and I was at home. So I that gave me the freedom to focus on my YouTube channel, and I saw the results immediately. Like I said, I have 1,400 subscribers now. At the beginning of 2020, I was at like 300 subs. I got to 1,000 by December, like, you know, so I got like 700, 800 subs just from, because I was able to go hard. And that's how I know, like, if I took 6 months, a year, if I were able to do that and just go hard on YouTube, then I would get to a really high point. But like I said, I can't do that. I got bills to pay. But even still, now I'm more willing to make the sacrifices and go without sleep and, you know, do things like that. You know what I need to do. So what's on my shelf said I started in 2011 or 2012. Sorry, I meant 3 years earlier. LOL. So yeah, like I said, had I got serious 3 years ago, absolutely. But then again, like even 3 years ago, like there was still a lot that I had to learn, like, you know, and like I'm not saying that you have to buy equipment to have a successful YouTube channel, because you don't. But for me, this is part of my style, how I like to make YouTube videos. And so that was definitely part of it. I definitely had to find my style within my niche. And so that took a while, because I felt like I was trying to borrow too much from the big channels that I admired at the time. And so like I said, I had to learn a lot about editing videos and shooting videos and camera equipment. It was fortunate that I got into photography and stuff like that, because while training for that helped me increase the value and actually know what I needed to do to get better production value out of my channel. So like I said, you don't need high production values, but it definitely helps. Especially like if you want to stand out or compete with, you know, because like I said, there's a bunch of channels that have good as quality content as you, but they have better production value. So they work harder on that thumbnail than you do, or they work harder on that title, you know what I mean? And so that's what's going to get them seen over you. And so let's see, that would have put me at 2014, probably a good time to create retro channels. Absolutely. That's around the time I really started watching YouTube. And that's about the time that I started collecting again. And like I said, Metal Jesus Rocks dropped that PlayStation Buyer's Guide video in 2016. And I started my channel that week, the week I saw that video. So I started my YouTube channel July 7th of 2016. I had no shit about it. I had a cell phone at the time that was 4 years old already when I started my YouTube channel. I had the BlackBerry Z30. That phone came out in 2012. So I was already behind on the curve when I started my YouTube channel. But yeah, like I said, I just taught myself, like went through the trouble of teaching myself and searching. I'll watch YouTube videos, 50-50 rule. One of my influencers, D4 Darius, he says like 50% of the time you spend watching it, but you got to spend the other 50% of the time practicing it. Like nobody learned basketball and got good at basketball from sitting on the bench watching other people play. You got to get out there and dribble and shoot if you want to get good at basketball. Same thing here. So like I said, just as long as you're trying to grow and, you know, progress with your channel. Like I see some people, like they talk about their YouTube channels and why they're not popping off. And I look at their channels, I look at some of their videos, and they look exactly the same as the videos they put out 4 and 5 years ago. And I'm like, man, that's not going to cut it. Like the competition is too high at this point. You know what I mean? There's still definitely enough views for everyone to go around. But if your content is good, then and you're still not breaking through, you might want to try, you know, upping the production value just to help you get noticed. Because like I feel like at this point, like my channel, like if people saw it, they would watch it. You know what I mean? Like I feel like my content is good enough that people saw my channel, they will watch it. You know what I mean? But it's just like, how do you get seen? Like, how do you get seen? Like, you know, I'm competing with, you know, I'm thinking about like big YouTubers like Maximilian Dude and you know, Review Tech USA and Metal Jesus Rocks and all that stuff. Like all these are good channels, but they also spend a lot in production, you know what I mean? And that's what started making me think, well, man, maybe that's the difference. Like I know as much about video games as Metal Jesus and Radical Reggie, but I'm not taking off though. And so there's a lot of things I had to learn. My stage presence was another one. I wasn't good talking in front of the camera, especially in my earlier videos. Those were definitely the worst videos on the internet. But like I said, I just practice my public speaking acumen, and working as a teacher definitely helped speaking in front of those kids. And like I said, it's a process, but if you're not willing to grow, then, you know, they say the definition of insanity is doing the exact same thing and expecting things to change. So if you're making the same kind of content and it's not getting any traction, why would that change unless you change it up? So that's what I did. I started trying to change up my content, change up my style a little bit. I was taking healthy criticism, you know. I had the background with the kids room. There's a YouTuber named Overthink Gaming, and he called out a lot of people in the retro community hate him. I got a love-hate relationship with him. Mostly I think that he's a positive for the community, because he's not as disrespectful as people like Darius Truxton and, you know, stuff like that. But he got on 8-Bit Eric, man. He was on his ass about his shelf with the Boeing, you know, shelf and stuff like that, and, you know, wearing dirty t-shirts and having snot on his shirt and stuff. He's like, you know, he made fun of retro gamers because we all shoot in front of shelves. Let me show you guys something real quick. And let me see. What, Kona? Hello. I know I have not been paying attention to you today, and it's pissing you off. I can tell. Sorry, man. I'm sorry, bro. So there's a video I want to show you guys from a while ago of mine, And let me go to my channel and I'll pull it up. But he was talking about, everybody shooting in what he called the little kids room, right? Where, we got our games and our toys and stuff in the background. And he's like, man, like that shit, that shit is lame. Like, he was calling people out. And a lot of people in the retro community were upset about that, including myself. Let's see. I can't remember what I named that video. Let's see. Let's just call it. Okay, hopefully this will find it. Okay, yeah, here we go. So I want to share this video with you guys. And I thought overall it was a pretty good video. I had a good message. And this is actually the video where I was talking about recommitting myself to working harder on YouTube. So let me share this with you real quick. And share screen. Can I just share a window? Nah, I don't know. I'll just do this. Okay, so let me put this up. And so if you see this, like, it's hard to see because I don't have it particularly well lit, but you can see kind of how messy it is in the background. First of all, I'm shooting right up against my background, which is something I learned not to do as time goes on. At least something for me, because I wanted more bokeh in the background. But you see the shelves not well lit, but I just got a bunch of games piled up. It looks kind of messy and unkept. And at the time, I'm just like, man, I'm a retro YouTube channel, so let me just have all my retro shit in the background. And so that looks cluttered and messy. And my shelf is bowing back there. You can't see it again because it's poorly lit. But he was making fun of YouTube channels that did that. And I got mad about it. I'm like, man, hey, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a YouTube channel, so you got to shoot in a YouTube, in a retro video game setting, because that's my, you know what I'm saying? Like, I felt like he was, but then when I got to thinking about it, I'm like, man, low key, he's kind of right. Like, this background is not what's hot in the streets. And so that was that back shelf. Now I'm going to show you a video with that same back shelf, but after I cleaned it up. And what's a good video to do that? Let's see. Oh, I know. Gamer creator first, I think I gotta go to is it worth the money? That's what I gotta go to. Hold on. But yeah, so it's like I said, I end up taking the criticism after I got done crying over it. And now let me share this video. And sorry guys, I'm neglecting the chat. I'm gonna hop in that in just a second. But like I said, this is the same. Literally, I'm shooting on the same wall. I've stepped away from it a little bit just so I can have more depth of field. My B-roll was kind of on point. I'm not gonna lie. I was proud of my little shots in there. But you see, like, the shelf is cleaned up now. I practice on lighting my background. I got better at that, but I cleaned up my shelving and it looks neat. It looks clean. Like, so you can have games and stuff in the background, but just don't have it look like a little kid's room. Like, that looks like a place where an adult lives, like, so I don't know. Like, I was really upset about it at first, but then I was just like, man, I had to take the criticism. So, so you have to take a trip down here to OK one day. You make a killing. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, boy, are you in OK? Or you Oklahoma? Yeah, I go to Oklahoma semi-regularly. I have my best friend. He lives in Norman, right outside Oak City. And so I'm there. I shoot down to Oklahoma probably once a month, once every 6 weeks or so. So let me catch up on all these. But like I said, that's my little rant on that. But I think that was the hot zone. 06 to 012. Yeah, man, that's when Metal Jesus got in. Like I said, people talk shit about Metal Jesus, but man, he's been doing YouTube for like 15 years. Like, of course he's supposed to have almost 1 million subscribers right now. Should have more than that. Said got Lollipop Chainsaw for 15. Absolutely. Wasn't going to bit and saw what they go for, so I'm glad I picked it up. Yeah, man, Lollipop Chainsaw, like, it shot up crazy in price, and it was a budget game forever. I always saw it at GameStop for like 15 and under, like, always. And then I finally just went ahead and bought it one day, And yeah, super glad I did also. And like I said, the Xbox 360 version I got for 16. It's still at that price range. It says $19.99, but I had a $4 coupon. I took a picture of it on my community page. But you know what I'm saying, if you're cool with the Xbox 360 version, you can not spend $70 for that game. You can get it still cheap. Let's see. What am I missing? Dang, I missed a lot of stuff. Damn, I'm sorry, guys. Let me catch up. The hot channels are flipping channels now. Yeah, and honestly, I don't enjoy watching flipping channels. There's one guy, like I said, people talk about Retro Rick and whatever, but man, MC Murr does it better than anybody else. So if you want to watch a flipping channel, look for MC Murr because he does it better than anybody. His commentary is on point. I love his personality, his persona on screen. Like, he's a great channel for that because I honestly don't like watching I don't like watching those types of channels, but MC Murr, I try to tune in every time I can because he's a good dude. Like, and his stuff is just really good. Like, he knows what he's talking about. Like, it's impressive what he can do with $10. Like I said, I know Retro Rick and blah 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 blah, but like I said, no shade to Retro Rick, but MC Murr is the best in the game at that. Absolutely. And you're right, those channels are really taking off right now. So I honestly hope MC Murr takes off too. He's somebody who should have, 20,000, 30,000 subscribers, and he doesn't, but he definitely should. Let's see. I'm sure there are tons of genres we don't know about that are big on YouTube. For sure. Like I said, I didn't know about the photography filmmaking scene until I started doing searches on it. Because like I said, I tried to commit to improving my video quality. So I bought a camera and didn't know how to use it. I bought my Canon T5i. So I just searched, camera settings and T5i. And so I started finding all these, photographers, filmmakers channels like YC Imaging Creative, Ryan, Peter McKinnon, Maddie Hapoya, Gerald Undone, all of the greats. And like I said, it's a huge community that I knew nothing about until I got put onto that. My girl, she was into ASMR for a while, so there's a bunch of like ASMR Darling and like all the ASMR channels that she was into at the time. And so huge community. I knew nothing about it, so it's really interesting. Let's see. Whoa, where my focus at? I did something that my camera don't like. Hey, focus on my face. There we go. So let's see. I wouldn't watch a barbecue channel, but apparently a lot of people care about that. And even if it's just that one person clicking that one time, like, oh man, I don't know how to use this propane grill. Let me just search it, because like I said, YouTube is the biggest search engine outside of Google. And YouTube is owned by Google. You know what I mean? So making searchable content, like they were just saying, they found my content by searching for Xbox hidden gems and my video popped up. And that's how they found me. Like, so you got to make searchable content. Again, I would not subscribe to a barbecue channel, but if I was looking for something about barbecue in particular and I had to search it and he popped up, he would definitely get a view from me. Like I was saying in my last live stream, looking at your analytics, in any given video, and this is true for most YouTubers, so definitely check your analytics after this, but for me, and like I said, for most YouTubers, in any given video I put out, 75% of the views come from people who are not subscribed to me. So it might be people just watching my channel for the first time, so hopefully my video's on point and I can get them to subscribe, but like I said, only about 25% of your viewers are actually subscribers of yours. So like I said, and it's because people are searching, they might search for, the T5i and then see my video about the T5i camera. And like I said, that my video on the T5i camera has like 34,000 views. Those people aren't subscribed to me. You know what I'm saying? I don't have 34,000 subs, but it's all, because they searched and watched me that one time and it was cool. And some of them stayed on, but, a lot more didn't, unfortunately. So let's see. Yeah, like kids channels are nuts. Yeah, there's a lot of kids channels and there's a lot of grown ups that cater to children like Mr. Beast and Wood Hawker, you know what I mean? So yeah, kids channels are crazy. I found a rabbit hole of people who curate aquariums and terrariums. Yep. And like I said, that's something that my girlfriend was into because we had a snake for a while. We were a friend of ours, like lost their house, and so we had to watch their, we kept their snake, and so we educated ourselves on taking care of snakes and how to build their terrarium and stuff like that. And so we searched it on YouTube. Yeah, kids gaming channels be killing it for years. Yep, all those Minecraft videos. Yeah, there's literally 8-year-old kids who can crush me with their wallet right now because all the views and stuff they get on Minecraft. The toy channels. Yeah, that one kid has a video game on multiple platforms. That's crazy. Ryan's World. I hate that crap. That kid is going to go straight Lindsay Lohan, drugged out, no childhood. Yeah, man, it's rough, man, to, like I said, all my kids, all my students, when we do like what's called a second step and advocacy, where it's basically curriculum that's preparing them for the future. And basically, when we ask the kids what they want to be, like 80% says they want to be YouTubers. You know what I mean? Like they want to be content creators. Like it's crazy. It's crazy. Like that's the new wave, though. Yeah, that's the kids thing. Yeah, it's the childhood's kids. Yeah, that's crazy, man. He can't be very well grounded. Yeah, man. I wish him the best, but that's rough, man. To grow up famous like that and just have all that pressure on you. We forget, like, people are still kids, man. Like, they ain't ready for all that's going on. Let's see. I don't let my daughter watch that stuff anymore. It's just showing spoiled kid getting everything and offers no educational value, making our kids dumb. Yeah, and that's me. Like, if a YouTube video, like, you got to be entertaining, or at least, like, you got to be entertaining or educational. Like, I prefer the educational. I want to pick something up from every video I watch. If I'm going to spend my time, watching your video, because I ain't got free time like that. So Kona was like, Dad, you still streaming? I'm trying to get some food. Yeah, I filled up his bowl today, like this afternoon. So he should be good, man. But I am going to get off here in a second. Wow, my camera's been holding strong. I got a battery just in case my camera goes out. But this camera the battery's hanging tough tonight, man. We're at the 4-hour and 10-minute mark, and that's awesome. But I'm also in 720p resolution. So the lower the resolution, the more juice you'll get out of your camera. If I shoot in 4K, I'll only get about that's when my stream cut off last time I streamed. My resolution was in 4K, and we cut off just shy of 2 hours. I know last time I streamed in 1080p and we got 3.5, so I'm in 720 now, which is all StreamYard broadcasting anyway. So, like I said, I just matched what StreamYard was doing. And like I said, I'm at 4 hours. Yeah, let's see. Have you seen Happy Console Gamer? I used to follow Happy Console Gamer years and years ago. But I don't know. Like I said, I just fell off his channel. He started being a little inconsistent, and then I kind of forgot about him, and then he'll pop up every now and then, and I'll watch a video. I haven't watched a video of his since the Shenmue 3 review, though, so I guess not really. I don't watch him anymore. Yeah, I had to cut Ryan's World off. His mom's screeching voice made me want to jump out of a window. That's crazy. Yeah, I have not heard of him, but that's okay, I feel like. Haha, Lord, no doubt. I don't know about the shelf criticism. Yeah, like I said, I think that there was a change for the better. I definitely like my new setup now as opposed to how it was. And like I said, I'm heavily influenced by content creators in the filmmaking and photography space, and they would have shuddered at how my set used to look. You know what I mean? And your background is very important. Your background becomes another character in your show. So I'm glad that I cleaned it up. And like I said, it was okay. Like I after I was done being butthurt about it, I just, said like, okay, but he's kind of right though. This does look messy. So I tidied it up, and it's cool. Let's see, if anyone does flipping, I would really like to see more of the back end side, like shipping and such. Yeah, I talked to Murr about that. I would definitely love to see like him placing the stuff on eBay and stuff like that, and shipping it out, and maybe some tips and tricks, like things like do's and don'ts about that. That would be super cool. Oh, Gameplay Unknown, what's going on, man? Welcome to the stream. Hey, Lightsaber Samurai, first stream I've been able to catch. How's everybody doing? We are walking on sunshine. I'm glad you caught me. I'm getting ready to end here, hopefully shortly. But yeah, I'm glad you're here, man. We just been chilling. I showed a bunch of my recent recent pickups, and now we're just talking about YouTube and growing on YouTube. One of my favorite subjects, by the way. I love talking like growing on YouTube and talking strategy. And now that I'm done with taxes, so you said, all right, now that he's done with taxes. Yeah, that's why it's the last day. My girlfriend, she's upstairs doing her taxes right now. I did mine months ago because I needed that bread. You know what I'm saying? But she's doing that right now. Let's see, I'm done with taxes. Killed me over the last 2 weeks. Are you much into racing games, be it arcade, simulation, or simcade? I like racing games. I should do a whole video about racing games because I do. I'm definitely more into the arcade side of racing games, but honestly, it was Gran Turismo that really put me on to racing games, playing Gran Turismo back on the PlayStation because those graphics at the time were unreal. And I took the simulation aspect and the controls of just being part of its realism, even though it wasn't as fun as when, like I said, when I got a hold of Ridge Racer 4. That game blew me away because I had graphics as good as Gran Turismo, but you got the power slides and the drift and all that. Yeah, Ridge Racer definitely put me onto arcade racers, but I definitely got put on the racing games in general because of Gran Turismo. Pac-Man case is out of here. Got to head out. Glad to catch you on tonight. Be well, my dude. Got to get you on my channel for soon. Yeah. Oh, yeah. With a collab. I would love to collab with Pac-Man case. Yeah, man. I'm a huge admirer of your work. So, yeah, you name the time and place, hit me up. Antoine Sexton is my real name, like my government name. I don't have a Lightsaber Samurai Instagram. So that's another thing. I really want to increase my presence on social media this year. You can find me on Instagram and Facebook. Actually, I do have a Lightsaber Samurai Facebook, so you can find me there too and send me a message. But yeah, man, anytime. I'm definitely with that because you are the man. So yeah, absolutely would love to collab with you. So yeah, guys, I think I'm going to head out too. We've been at this 4 hours and 15 minutes, and it is after 10. So I do got to go to bed and get ready. I got to shower and, I should eat something. Did I eat today? Yeah, I ate a sandwich. That was 1 o'clock. Now that I think about it, I'm super hungry all of a sudden. I forgot to eat, so I got to get some dinner. So, all right, man. Yeah, guys, I think I'm going to slide out. I hate to slide out because we got 15 people in the chat right now, but I don't have anything else to talk about unless you guys have any questions, comments, concerns, threats that you want to make before we get out of here. Yeah, I ain't got nothing else going on. So great marathon stream. Yeah, man, I swear to God, I'm not trying to stream as long as I be streaming, but man, I rant all the time. Let's see. Uh-oh, that was it. So I'm sure y'all can hear me, but I'm sure my picture just froze, but that's because my battery just died. Oh, snaps. Hey, Mr. Glide. Hey, my cousin is in the stream, man. Hold on real fast. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Okay. I should have popped back up. I should be popping back up. Yep, I just had to change the battery. So that was really good. That was a good test of that. So that battery life, man, on that 90D is solid. One battery, man, 4 hours and 15 minutes of continuous video, which is quite impressive. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna eat some. I need to get out of here. Let's see. What do I think about the comm issues with PS4? Yeah, I touched on that earlier. I'm not too worried about it. I'm really not. Enough people have complained about it. It's something that can easily be fixed with a firmware update, in my opinion, and I suspect that they will do that. Sony has been getting enough negative publicity right now, and so they definitely need a win, and that's an easy win that they can get to get people back on their side, and then everybody will say, oh, we talked and Sony listened and they're a great company and blah, 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 blah. It's a no-brainer. So I'm not too worried about it. I'm still collecting for PS4 because for sure they're definitely going to give us a firmware update probably in the next few months. And then this will be a thing of the past. So like I said, it's very similar to what we had in the Sega Saturn back in the day with its battery, except when that battery went out, anything you had saved on the system, you lost. So, it wiped out like your memory as far as your save states and stuff like that. But they'll figure it out. I don't think it's that big a deal, especially now that it's been made public. And they said that they were looking into it, so I'm sure they'll fix it. NASCAR Rumble for PS1, great arcade racer. Oh, I have not heard of that. I'll definitely check that out. Said, no, I'm good, man. I think I'm going to peace out with you. Said, I think I'm going to peace out with you. Yeah. Yeah, it is 10:18. I got to get out of here. But anyway, guys, if you like this content, please go ahead, hit that like button, subscribe if you haven't done so already. I do believe that's all I got for you. Like I say,